Chapter 832. After the battle, Grandpa, we know we were wrong. Grandpa, please be magnanimous and let us go. We are willing to surrender. Yi Fei only asked casually, and Lan Mo and the other Xieshio generals immediately surrendered. They even cunningly squeezed out some tears. Yi Fei was dumbfounded. He secretly admired the shamelessness of these evil cultivator generals. However, the Great Xia army was even more shameless when they saw these generals kneel down. Xia Jun didn't say anything and rushed out like a gust of wind. He carefully helped the only woman among the Xieshio generals up and blamed himself. Beauty, I told them to kneel. How can you kneel? You should know that beauties are meant to be protected. All right, I forgot to ask how old you are. Are you interested in joining my womanland as a general or something? Xia Jun didn't mince his words. He revealed his great ideals the moment he opened his mouth. The femme fatale was both embarrassed and angry. If the one who teased her was Yi Fei, she would have let it go. However, this guy also came to bully her. She didn't know whether to resist or submit. Hu Yanchao took a few steps back. He didn't dare to stand together with Xia Jun. Yi Fei's old face couldn't help but turn red. He felt that Xia Jun was too outrageous. He finally knew why Xia Feng beat his son the moment he saw him. Xia Jun was really asking for a beating. Cough, cough. My brother likes to joke around. I'm sorry for making a fool of myself. You can all leave now. Hand over your spatial belts and scram. Yi Fei looked coldly at the evil cultivator generals. Lan Mo and the others finally relaxed. They knew that Yi Fei wouldn't kill them. They quickly handed over their spatial belts and quickly left Sun Luo Temple. The femme fatale was still a bit disappointed when she left. Xia Jun was also very unconvinced as he shouted, "Big brother, those are all evil cultivators. How can you let them go?" Not letting them go? This is Dark Azura Hall. Don't tell me your big brother is killing people in Dark Azura Hall? Hu Yanchao said with disdain. Xia Jun finally realized that this was the Sunluo Temple. Even the Xieshio ancestor didn't dare to act presumptuously here. If they were to fight here, then they wouldn't be able to leave the Xieshio Sea alive. This was also the reason why Yi Fei had only threatened General Xieshio to hand over the space belt. It's just a pity for that Xieshio. I think she's not bad. Xia Jun was still shaking his head and sighing, which made Hu Yanchao blush. He was ashamed to be associated with Xia Jun. Yi Fei cast a sidelong glance at Xia Jun. Since you like her so much, why don't you just stay in Xieshio Sea? Xia Jun's expression turned serious. Big brother, what are you saying? There are plenty of fish in the sea. If I stay in one place and the beauties in other places can't obtain my love, then wouldn't they be heartbroken and heartbroken? Yi Fei, Hu Yanchao, Yu Zhijiang, who was about to walk over. In the end, the three of them chose to ignore Xia Jun. Yi Fei walked over and cupped his hands towards Yu Zhijiang. Senior Yu, thank you for protecting my two friends. Aha, young Master Yi, what are you saying? Young Master Yi, you've really broadened my horizons. Yu Zhijiang was speaking from the bottom of his heart. In the beginning, when he found out that Yi Fei had a conflict with Ancestor East Devil, he didn't think highly of Yi Fei. It was only because Yi Fei had sold him the face-retaining pill, and because they were in Dark Azura Hall's territory that he stepped in to protect him. However, Yi Fei's performance later on broke Yu Zhijiang's expectations time and time again. Especially Yi Fei's purple gold Tai Chi. Yu Zhijiang couldn't figure out what kind of martial art it was. At this time, he couldn't help but feel regret. He shouldn't have hesitated when Yi Fei was in trouble, which caused him to lose the best chance to recruit Yi Fei. Even if he could still open his mouth now, Yu Zhijiang couldn't bring himself to do it anymore. However, even though he couldn't bring himself to continue recruiting Yi Fei, the strength that Yi Fei displayed still made Yu Zhijiang want to befriend him. Thus, Yu Zhijiang ordered the steward behind him, "Men, return the sacred bone that young master who pawned as collateral to him." Only now did Yi Fei realize that the reason why Xia Jun and Hu Yanchao could last so long was because of the sacred bone that he had returned to Hu Yanchao. He couldn't help but cry out in relief. If he had only wanted to take the sacred bone for himself when he first obtained it, wouldn't Xia Jun and Hu Yanchao have been killed by him? All right, Senior you, I didn't pay for the 2 sacred bones I auctioned, but my spirit stones need to be used for cultivation. Do you think that Flood Dragon can replace my spirit stones? Yi Fei asked. Seeing that Yi Fei understood the crux of the matter with just a hint, Yu Zhijiang couldn't help but admire Yi Fei even more. He chuckled and said, "Haha, young Master Yi, you said it yourself. This Flood Dragon can completely replace the spirit stones you spent. All right, take these 2 VIP tokens. My Sen Luo Hall welcomes the 3 of you to visit again." In the end, that was an earth-penetrating 10th layer Flood Dragon. Even if it was almost cooked, its value was still very high. Yu Zhijiang decided to be a good person to the end and gave Xia Jun and Hu Yanxiao a VIP token each. Only then did he bring his men over to deal with the Flood Dragon in high spirits. Yi Fei didn't leave immediately. Instead, he returned to the inn with Xia Jun and Hu Yanxiao. When the 3 of them were together, Xia Jun finally had the time to ask, "Big brother, let me ask you something. Don't lie to me. That dragon turtle really isn't home, or did you kill it?" "What? Young Master Yi, you killed the dragon turtle?" Hu Yanxiao was extremely shocked. "Don't listen to his nonsense. That dragon turtle is an earth-penetrating 10th layer expert. I was only lucky enough to escape from it." Yi Fei wasn't lying. He was indeed very lucky this time. It just so happened that Xiao Chao gained new strength while sleeping. However, from this, it could be seen how smart Xia Jun was. His flustered words had deceived millions of Xiexio, but he couldn't deceive Xia Jun. It just so happened that Xia Jun was very intelligent and talented, but he didn't like to cultivate. Instead, he kept saying that he wanted to establish a country of women. Yi Fei was also speechless. After chatting for a while, Yi Fei suddenly slapped his head and thought of something. "All right, Xia Jun, this is for you. You don't like to cultivate, so this talent crystal is suitable for you." "Damn, I was just saying." "Big brother, you actually snatched this crystal back from Patriarch East Demon for me?" Xia Jun was so touched that his eyes turned red. Go, go, go. What do you mean for you? Go away." Yi Fei waved his hand and took out the Ling Long's sacred saber. He handed it to Hu Yanxiao. "Lao Hu, this is for you." "Thank you very much, young Master Yi." Hu Yanxiao was also very touched. He didn't expect that Yi Fei would really take it to heart, just because he paid a little more attention to the saber. "Young Master Yi treated me like this, so I can't be stingy. This dragon meat can be used to go with wine." After being touched, Hu Yanxiao suddenly swiped his hand and took out a large amount of flood dragon meat from his space belt. It weighed at least a few hundred kilograms. Yi Fei and Xia Jun were both shocked. "Lao Hu, where did you get this flood dragon meat?" Hu Yanxiao blinked and smiled embarrassedly. "It's a professional habit. Young Master Yi, when you handed the flood dragon meat to us, I took a little while no one was paying attention." "Damn, no wonder you're called the East Continent's Thief King." Only then did the 2 of them know the reason. However, before Hu Yanxiao sold the meat to Dark Azura Temple, Yi Fei didn't need to worry too much about this. Chapter 833. The first appearance of a great enemy at the same time. In a secret space somewhere in the middle ground, there was a sacred crystal wall that was emitting a dazzling light. Various mysterious symbols were flickering on the crystal wall, making it look even more magnificent. Around the crystal wall, there were 12 mysterious old men in tall hats and black robes sitting cross-legged. Their ages could not be seen clearly, and even their facial features were blurred. Only the aura they emitted was extremely powerful. When their auras merged together, the entire place became dark. Only the sacred crystal wall was emitting a boundless light. Its light shone in all directions, and it even penetrated into the endless void as if it was illuminating something. Suddenly, the light seemed to have sensed something. Gradually, a blurry image appeared on the crystal wall that was originally blurred. The 12 old men who had been sitting there for a long time were all shocked. "There's news! This is great. We have been sitting here for so many years, waiting for this moment. She won't be able to escape. There's a trace of her aura in the 10,000 miles soul-chasing mirror. As long as we can capture this trace of aura, we will definitely be able to find her." "Found her? Yeah, She's not in the middle ground. She escaped to the outer sea. Humph! No wonder we couldn't find her after so long. When the blurry image of the sea appeared on the crystal wall, the 12 old men were furious. They had only focused on the middle ground and had neglected the outer sea. Men called by Li Zhen over. One of the old men suddenly roared into the void, and another mysterious door opened in a mysterious space. Not long after, a man who looked like a devil god and was burning with devil flames walked in through the door. Dong! When his feet landed on the space, the entire space shook slightly. The man was wearing the same tall hat and black robes. He knelt on one knee and said coldly, "Bai Li Zhen greets the great ancestor." "Bai Li Zhen, you're just in time. We've worked hard for so many years, and now we have news of her. Immediately depart to the Xiexio Sea and bring her back to us. Remember, you can only succeed this time. Failure is not an option." One of the old men said coldly. Bai Li Zhen frowned and said, "Since the mission doesn't allow for failure, wouldn't it be safer for old ancestors to personally take action? What do you know? If we can make a move, we would have done it long ago. She is very sensitive to spiritual energy. Once we get close, she will definitely escape again. At that time, if we want to find her again, do we have to waste another 5 years?" A fiery old man cursed. "Bai Li Zhen, remember, you must complete this mission. As long as you bring her back, we will agree to any request you have." The old man leading the group looked at Bai Li Zhen expectantly. He had high hopes for Bai Li Zhen. Bai Li Zhen's heart skipped a beat. "Any request? Don't worry, old ancestor, I'll definitely bring her back. If she's alive, I want to see her. If she's dead, I want to see her corpse." "Bastard, Bai Li Zhen, remember, you can only capture her alive. If she dies, even if there are 100 of you, you won't be able to compare to a single finger of hers. She is our hope. You can use all means to capture her, but you can't hurt her. Do you understand?" Another old man said sternly. After Bai Li Zhen was scolded continuously, a sinister look flashed in his eyes. However, he quickly became obedient and stood up respectfully. "Ancestor, please don't worry. Bai Li Zhen, will definitely bring her back alive." Then, Bai Li Zhen turned around to leave. Suddenly, a ray of light flew out of the old man's hand and landed in Bai Li Zhen's hand. This heavenly Tao stone contains a trace of her qi. As long as you get within 1,000 li of her, the heavenly Tao stone will sense it. This will make it easier for you to complete the mission. Bai Li Zhen nodded and took the heavenly Tao stone. He quickly left the mysterious space. The feeling of eating dragon meat is really different. Big brother, I didn't expect that not only are you abnormally strong, your ability to roast meat is also so strong. No, I want to eat another piece. In the end, the smell of the flood dragon meat was too strong. If they ate it in the inn, it was inevitable that they would be discovered by the Sun Luo Hall and misunderstand. Therefore, after checking their harvest, Yi Fei and the other 2 left the Sun Luo Hall. Finally, they found a deserted island and began to roast the flood dragon meat. This kind of roasting also reminded Yi Fei of when he was still a little martial Dao rookie. Every day, he would go to Blackstone City with his sister and enter the Blackstone Mountain Range to hunt. Those days were very unforgettable. Yi Fei couldn't help but show off his skills and personally roast the flood dragon meat until it was golden yellow. The 3 of them surrounded the flood dragon meat that was emitting a shocking amount of spirit qi and started to eat. This flood dragon was indeed worthy of being a supreme expert of the earth-penetrating 10th layer. The energy contained in the dragon meat was very tyrannical. After eating a few dozen kilograms, Yi Fei felt heat waves rolling all over his body, as if there was a raging fire burning. Xia Jun was still not satisfied and continued to take the dragon meat. Yi Fei immediately kicked him, scrammed to the side, and cultivate. If you continue eating, your primordial spirit will probably explode. Xia Jun's face was filled with grievance. However, after feeling the boiling energy in his body that was about to explode, he knew that Yi Fei was doing this for his own good. Who asked him to be the weakest among the 3 of them? The power of the dragon meat was also the weakest. Damn it, I must cultivate as soon as possible. It doesn't matter if I can't compare to Big Brother. I can't lose to Lao Hu. Xiaojun secretly said ruthlessly. However, Hu Yinchao laughed. Compared to me, you, the young master of the Divine Fist sect, are still too inexperienced. I feel that after eating this dragon meat, I may break through to the half-step almighty realm. Hu Yinchao took a few more pieces of dragon meat and stuffed them into his mouth. He didn't care that his mouth was full of spirit chi radiance. He ran to the side and sat cross-legged, trying hard to refine the power of the dragon meat in his body. Xiaojun followed suit and secretly took a piece. He quickly sat cross-legged on the other side and worked hard to cultivate. Boom, boom. When the two of them were cultivating, the dragon meat essence accumulated in their bodies instantly erupted. Two terrifying dragon whirlwinds formed around their bodies and spun continuously. Yi Fei was a little surprised. This flood dragon meat is so useful. Not only can it strengthen the physical body, but it can also help warriors break through to the next realm. No wonder the dragon turtle chose to eat the flood dragon. In addition to the natural hostility between the two sides, the powerful effect of the flood dragon meat is another reason. Then, Yi Fei suddenly thought of his Saint Prince's mansion. Come to think of it, I also have a flood dragon at home. However, it is lazy and useless. Should I kill it and eat its meat next time I go back? Squeak. Chapter 834. Consecutive breakthroughs. Yi Fei was shocked. What if Xiao Chao was discovered by someone? Although he trusted Xiaojun and Hu Yinchao a lot, he was afraid that they would accidentally reveal Xiao Chao's existence. Wouldn't that be disastrous? Yi Fei immediately looked at the two of them. Yi Fei found that Xiaojun and Hu Yinchao were working very hard to refine the power of the dragon meat and couldn't be distracted by other things. Only then did Yi Fei feel relieved. Xiao Chao didn't dare to stay for too long this time. She pouted and snorted at Yi Fei. Suddenly, she picked up the unfinished flood dragon meat on the ground and rushed back into the beastmark space. She was so fast that Yi Fei couldn't react in time. When he came back to his senses, the remaining flood dragon meat on the ground had all been taken away by Xiao Chao. Yi Fei wanted to slap himself. It was fine that he was eating the meat, but why did he have to mention Little Black? In the end, Little Black was also a flood dragon. Xiao Chao took away the flood dragon meat because she didn't want him to eat Little Black's own kind. Yi Fei wanted to cry, but had no tears. Fortunately, he had already eaten a lot before. Seeing that Xiaojun and Hu Yinchao were working hard to cultivate, he also quickly closed his eyes and worked hard to cultivate. What Yi Fei didn't know was that although Xiao Chao was angry at him for eating Little Black's own kind, she couldn't help but become curious when she saw how happy Yi Fei was eating. Was the meat really that delicious? Xiao Chao couldn't help but pick up a piece and put it in her mouth. Then, Xiao Chao quickly spat out the dragon meat. Was it a spiritual item or a spirit mushroom? It was too difficult for Xiao Chao to eat meat. Xiao Chao immediately threw all the disgusting things out of the beastmark space. The dragon turtle, who was originally hiding in the corner, had tears rolling down its cheeks again. That flood dragon was a food that it had painstakingly hunted for a year before finally killing. However, before it could take a bite, it was thrown away by Xiao Chao. The dragon turtle was so angry that a hint of brutality flashed across its eyes. It first looked around stealthily. When it saw that Xiao Chao wasn't paying attention, the dragon turtle suddenly wanted to rush out of the beast mark space like a gust of wind. However, following that, a loud vine whip appeared on the spot. The dragon tortoise was whipped until it foamed at the mouth and rolled its eyes as it fell to the ground. Xiao Chao then dragged it back to the spirit stone bed. Roar! The dragon turtle finally let out a desperate and sorrowful roar. It completely extinguished the thought of escaping. It knew that if Xiao Chao didn't let it go, the mighty dragon turtle, would very likely become this little girl's turtle toy for the rest of its life. Yi Fei, who was cultivating, also silently sympathized with the dragon turtle. However, when he saw that the dragon turtle was being watched by Xiao Chao and couldn't rush out of the beastmark space, he was completely relieved. Currently, I'm in the first stage of the Earth Thorough realm. In the end, I'm still lacking a lot. I have to use this period of time to increase my cultivation as quickly as possible. Then, I'll head to the Star Moon Holy Land and rescue my sister. When he thought of the Star Moon Holy Land, Yi Fei's eyes were filled with shocking, killing intent. Without hesitation, he took out all the high-grade spirit stones he had obtained in the Xiexio Sea. The amount of high-grade spirit stones piled up was more than 300 million. This was definitely a huge amount of wealth. However, Yi Fei still sighed gloomily. Only 300 million? It's still a little too little. 300 million high-grade spirit stones might be a huge amount of wealth to other cultivators. However, to Yi Fei, 300 million high-grade spirit stones were still not enough. This was because he had 12 primordial spirits. Moreover, due to the strength of his cultivation technique, every time he broke through, his primordial spirits would need to consume tens of millions of spirit stones. The total amount of 12 primordial spirits would be 120 million. 300 million high-grade spirit stones would be completely consumed just to break through 2 stages. Sigh, it seems like there's no other way. In order to save my sister, I have to break through even if I have to pay a huge price. Earth Thorough Realm 3 stage. Break through for me. Yi Fei shouted in his heart. 12 primordial spirits erupted from his body at the same time, forming 12 terrifying black holes. Soon, the 300 million high-grade spirit stones on the ground were completely devoured. With the support of such a large amount of spirit energy and the energy provided by the flood dragon meat, Yi Fei suddenly felt as if his entire body had turned into a huge furnace. His eyes, ears, mouth, and nose spewed out a huge amount of spirit energy. Xia Jun and Hu Yanxiao, who were also startled awake, were dumbfounded. Oh my god, Big Brother actually swallowed 300 million high-grade spirit stones in one go. My father said that I'm a prodigal, but I think Big Brother is the real prodigal. Oomph. Young Master Yi is cultivating. It's better than your filthy mind. Hu Yanxiao took the opportunity to mock him. When Xia Jun heard this, his face turned red and he shouted angrily, "Middle-aged man, it doesn't matter if you insult me, but you can't insult my dream. If you have guts, let's fight one-on-one. Let's fight one-on-one then. I'm not afraid of you." Hu Yanxiao flew into a rage when he heard the way the middle-aged man addressed him. Strictly speaking, Wu Jun could live up to 500 years old. Therefore, even if Hu Yanxiao was 70 or 80 years old, he was still in the prime of his life. How could he tolerate Xia Jun calling him old? Coincidentally, they had already disliked each other, and Yi Fei was busy cultivating, so he had no time to mediate the fight. The two of them made an appointment and rushed out of the sea to fight. They were a typical pair of buffoons. Yi Fei was too lazy to care about them. He focused on refining the spirit stones and dragon meat in his body, turning them into a steady stream of energy to improve his 12 primordial spirits. During this process, the 12 primordial spirits behind Yi Fei were shining brightly like 12 suns, revolving around Yi Fei. During this process, Yi Fei also felt the great benefits brought by the 12 primordial spirits. So that's how it is. Although it is difficult to break through the 12 primordial spirits when I practice cultivation methods and martial arts, if the 12 primordial spirits operate at the same time, it means that my cultivation and comprehension of martial arts cultivation methods are increased by 12 times. Originally, Yi Fei thought that he was able to comprehend the purple gold Tai Chi purely because of luck. Now it seemed that other than luck, there was also an inevitable factor, and that was the enhancement of his 12 primordial spirits. No wonder those ancient geniuses would cultivate with several primordial spirits at the same time. I didn't expect the primordial spirits to have such benefits. Yi Fei was pleasantly surprised. The days passed quickly as Yi Fei concentrated on cultivation. In the blink of an eye, another month had passed. On the sea, Xia Jun and Hu Yanxiao were still fighting. The agreed fight had turned into the most tragic fight. Xia Jun relied on his innate body to take a beating and was not afraid of the half-step almighty Hu Yinchao in the slightest. Both sides fought until the sky turned dark. In the end, as they fought, Xiajun even used the true essence he absorbed from Hu Yinchao and accidentally broke through a level, breaking through to the 9th level of the martial lord realm. Hu Yinchao was so angry that he almost vomited blood. He was about to use his strongest means to teach Xiajun a lesson and save some face. Boom, boom, on the deserted island. There was suddenly a huge pressure of heaven and earth, which almost pressed the two of them to the surface of the sea. Xiajun was so scared that his face turned pale. He looked around in panic and said, "What's going on? Are there enemies coming?" Chapter 835. A powerful enemy descends. That's right. Yi Fei had indeed broken through. With the support of 300 million spirit stones and a large amount of dragon meat, he had been fortunate enough to break through 2 levels consecutively. The current Yi Fei was already a bigwig at the 3rd level of the earth-penetrating realm. He truly belonged to the level of the Eastern Devil and Western Evil ancestors. Still, after breaking through, Yi Fei was unable to feel happy at all. Instead, he felt like cursing. The hell, breaking through yet not raising the momentum of the heavens and the earth. Dear heavens, no matter how much you despise me, you can't screw me over like this. It must be known that in the 3 minor levels of the martial saint realm, the Wujun, earth-penetrating and heaven-connecting levels, martial practitioners would raise their strength differently at each level. For the 10 levels of the Wujun realm, every breakthrough would raise a martial practitioner's basic combat prowess. For the 10 levels of the earth-penetrating realm, after breaking through, martial practitioners would raise the momentum of the martial Tao they comprehended. For example, what Yi Fei was currently comprehending was the momentum of the earth sword. If one entered the 10 levels of heaven connecting, martial practitioners would be able to comprehend the momentum of the heavens. Also, with every breakthrough, the momentum of the heavens would increase by 10%. Still, that was only for ordinary martial practitioners. Yi Fei did not receive such treatment. Because he had been forsaken by the heavens, he had been born to be forsaken by the heavens and the earth. Therefore, even if Yi Fei broke through, the momentum of the heavens and the earth would not increase. This was also the true reason why those who had been forsaken by the heavens would never be able to step foot into the peak of the martial Tao. Besides being especially unlucky, it was this restriction of the heavens that caused people to feel despair the most. Now that Yi Fei had finally felt such a restriction, despair arose within his heart. He understood that just breaking through in the future would not be possible. He would have to think of a way to raise the momentum of his martial Tao as well. The momentum of the martial Tao represents a martial practitioner's offensive power. If I only break through, but am unable to raise the momentum of my martial Tao, it would still be fine if I met ordinary bigwigs. Against those true geniuses, I would probably be hung up and beaten. After understanding this point, Yi Fei could not help but feel even more depressed. He knew that he could not keep the sacred bones in his body. Since he was unable to raise the momentum of his martial Tao, the only way was to use the power of the sacred bones to forcefully raise the momentum of his sword. Immediately, Yi Fei did not hesitate. He immediately took out all the sacred bones in his body. Xiajun and Hu Yinchao, who had rushed over, was also extremely speechless. You've just broken through, and now you're cultivating again? He's no longer a cultivation maniac. He's practically a cultivation maniac. Xiajun was dumbfounded. Hu Yinchao was also incomparably moved. I finally understand why young Master Yi is so powerful at such a young age. Talent is part of it, but the most important thing is still one's own efforts. Xiajun, although your talent is not as good as young Master Yi's, at least you are stronger than me. If you are willing to work hard, I dare not say that you will become a martial emperor, but you still have a great chance of becoming a martial saint. Martial saint. Xiajun did not refute this time. Yi Fei's hard work had greatly influenced him. Lao Hu, I won't fight with you. I'll just cultivate. Boom. The chaotic Xieshio Sea became even more chaotic due to the deaths of the Eastern Demon and Western Demon patriarchs. Lan Mo and the other Xieshio generals who were lucky enough to survive also began to fight each other for the position of patriarch of the Xiedao. The entire Xieshio Sea immediately became extremely turbulent. It also forced even more Xieshio to flood into the island where San Luo Temple was located to take refuge. San Luo Temple also became unprecedentedly prosperous. Amidst this bustling scene, a young man wearing a blue crystal mask stepped into the territory of the evil cultivators from the outer sea. This man was none other than Bailey Zhan. As soon as he entered the Xieshio Sea, the heavenly lost stone in Bailey Zhan's hand suddenly began to glow and heat up. Bailey Zhan's face immediately lit up. I didn't expect the heavenly lost stone to react so quickly. It seems like this mission is not as difficult as I thought. It's only a range of 1,000 miles. With my divine thought, I can find her in an instant. Show yourself. Boom! Bailey Zhan's body suddenly emitted a layer of terrifying blue light that illuminated the surroundings. His divine sense was even more terrifying. In the blink of an eye, it actually swept across 1,000 miles. Inside the beastmark space, with great difficulty, Xiao Qiao finally finished eating her fill of spirit stones. She patted her round belly and revealed a distressed expression on her face. He seemed to have eaten too much again. Xiao Qiao stretched his body comfortably and yawned. Then he pulled the tail of the dragon turtle that was lying on the ground and crying silently like a dead dog. Xiao Qiao's small body burrowed into the small spiritual medicine quilt and began to sleep again. Of course, while sleeping, Xiao Qiao also grabbed the dragon turtle in his hand and did not want to let go. The dragon turtle was so angry that it saw stars and fainted again. Whoosh! At this moment, Bailey Zhan's divine sense quickly swept across the surroundings. Within 1,000 miles, he did not sense any of her aura. Even the scalding heavenly lost stone in his hand had cooled down. Bailey Zhan's face instantly became extremely ugly. What's going on? She was clearly nearby. How could she suddenly disappear? The heavenly lost stone would not sense wrongly. It seems like she either escaped in advance or was captured by someone else. Coincidentally, there is an absolute ground realm martial artist within my sensing range. Let's go and check it out. Whoosh! Bailey Zhan carefully sensed a few more times and found that there were no other martial artists within 1,000 miles apart from those few martial artists. He simply flew straight in that direction. After spending an entire day, Yi Fei finally refined all the sage bones in his hand. He could clearly feel that his Earth Sword's force had increased to 30%. However, he only managed to raise his sword force to 30% after refining 5 or 6 sage bones. It was obvious that forcefully comprehending the force of heaven and earth consumed a lot of sage bones, and each sage bone was worth tens of millions of spiritual stones. Thinking of this, Yi Fei's face darkened. He knew that he was going to be very busy. Big brother, young Master Yi. Seeing that Yi Fei had finally stopped cultivating, Xia Jun and Hu Yanqiao walked over. Just as they were about to speak to Yi Fei suddenly sensed something and looked up at the sky. Hu Yanqiao and Xia Jun also turned around and looked at the sky in shock. There's actually someone who dares to fly alone in the Xieshio Sea? Oh no, he's an absolute realm expert. His aura is even stronger than the Dark Azura Hall's Hallmaster. We have to be careful. Hu Yanqiao was the bandit lord and had learned many secret techniques. He was the first to sense how terrifying Bailey Zhan's aura was. Boom! As soon as he finished speaking, a terrifying force of heaven and earth shrouded the entire island. Bailey Zhan looked down at Yi Fei and the others from above. When he saw that Xia Jun and Hu Yanqiao hadn't even broken through to the absolute realm, a cold glint flashed across his eyes. Finally, Bailey Zhan's gaze landed on Yi Fei. In this 1,000-mile radius, my divine sense only found the 3 of you. Now let me ask you, did you see any strange little girl passing by? Strange little girl? Brother, don't spout nonsense. I, Xia Jun, love beautiful women, not little girls. You got the wrong person. Xia Jun stepped forward to strike up a conversation, but Bailey Zhen's eyes flashed with blue, devilish flames. He only glanced at Xia Jun for a moment before Xia Jun was severely injured and fell to the ground, vomiting blood. When I'm asking a question, I don't want anyone to interrupt. You only need to answer whether you've seen it or not, Bailey Zhen said proudly. Chapter 836. Central Prefecture's genius, Xia Jun. Are you all right? Bailey Zhen had severely injured Xia Jun with just a glance. Such a method was unheard of. Hu Yanchao hurried over and used his own true origin to help Xia Jun heal. Yifei's expression also became extremely serious. This was the first time he felt such immense pressure from Bailey Zhen. However, no matter how great the pressure was, Yifei could not let Xia Jun get seriously injured without saying a word. Hu Yanchao, you and Xia Jun stand down. But big brother, Xia Jun spat out blood. His face was ashen, and there was still a hint of worry in his eyes. No buts. Since you call me big brother, I can't let you get hurt without asking about it. Yifei did not even turn his head as he walked towards Bailey Zhen. Hey, you three Xiexio are quite affectionate. If I had known, I would have been gentler. Bailey Zhen was a little surprised. So this is the reason you attacked us? Just because we appeared in the Xiexio Sea, you treated us as Xiexio and want to kill us? Yifei was very angry. He had stayed in the Xiexio Sea before, so he knew that many martial artists in Central Prefecture ostracized Xiexio. There were even some people who used the name of eliminating Xiexio to gain a false reputation. He did not expect to meet one today. That's right. This is also the reason I attacked. Now that you are satisfied, it's time for you to answer my question. Did you see any special little girl passing by here? Bailey Zhen only now realized that Yi Fei and the other two were not Xiexio. However, Bailey Zhen had no intention of apologizing. He still used a commanding tone and a superior aura. From the beginning to the end, Bailey Zhen did not take the three people in front of him seriously. Injuring Xia Jun just now was a warning from Bailey Zhen. He was warning them to answer his questions honestly. Hearing Bailey Zhen's words, Yifei's heart skipped a beat. She suddenly had a frightening thought. Could it be that this person is here for Xiao Chao? In that case, I must not expose Xiao Chao. I'm sorry. The three of us have been cultivating here all this time. We haven't even seen a bird, let alone a little girl. Yifei tried his best to suppress his anger. He didn't want to alert the enemy and let this person see any flaws, so he had to swallow his anger. You really didn't see anything? That's impossible. My heavenly law stone clearly reacted just now. I didn't see anyone else within 1,000 miles apart from you. If she didn't escape in advance, then it's very likely that she was caught by you. Bailey Zhen thought about how important this mission was. He didn't believe Yi Fei's words immediately. Instead, he ordered coldly, hand over your space belts. I want to check them myself. What? Not only did you injure us for no reason, but you also want us to open our space belts for you to check? Yifei was already very patient, but he was still infuriated by Bailey Zhen's attitude. Any martial artist knew that the space belt was a martial artist's greatest privacy. Xia Jun didn't speak well just now, so it was fine if he was seriously injured. However, Bailey Zhen's action of injuring people and forcibly checking their space belts was too much. It seems like you're not convinced. Let me tell you, the order I received was to kill 1,000 by mistake rather than let one person go. I don't have time to talk nonsense with you. I'll count to 3. Open your space belts and let me check. Otherwise, die. Bailey Zhen knew that Yifei was an Earth Thorough Stage 3 expert, so he naturally wouldn't give in so easily. He immediately sneered disdainfully. Boom! A force of heaven and earth that was even more terrifying than the dragon turtles descended, shattering the island into pieces. At the same time, it ruthlessly crushed the 3 people in front of him. Hu Yanchao and Xia Jun revealed a terrified expression at the same time. They couldn't believe that a mere force of aura could make them feel like death. Let's go. Yifei instantly unleashed his Earth Thorough Stage 3 strength. When he felt the terrifying aura of Bailey Zhen, he knew that he was definitely not a match for this person. The only thing he could do now was to escape with Xia Jun and Hu Yanxiao. However, this was really depressing. Everyone was about the same age, but the difference in strength was like heaven and earth. The geniuses of the Central State are indeed terrifying. Yi Fei was secretly shocked. At the same time, he used the 100 miles in an instant to escape at his fastest speed. Imitating the dragon turtle's secret technique? Unfortunately, you met me, Bailey Zhan. Now, I'll let you four martial artists know how terrifying the geniuses of the Central State are. Great heavenly demon hand. Boom! Suddenly, a terrifying giant hand pressed down from the sky. It also completely shattered the deserted island in front of them. A huge whirlpool appeared on the surface of the sea, like a towering mountain rising from the ground. Bam! Although Yi Fei used the 100 miles in an instant, he saw a huge mountain formed by 10,000 tons of seawater, blocking his path. This was the first time his secret technique was interrupted. The geniuses of the Central State are actually so strong that they can even interrupt a secret technique. Hu Yanxiao was shocked. Big brother, Lao Hu, don't worry about me. Hurry up and leave. Xia Jun called out weakly. He was secretly regretting that he had spoken to Bailey Zhen rashly. You don't have to leave. The count of 3 has passed. Since you don't want me to check your space belts, I'll kill you and then check again. In the sky, Bailey Zhen had already lost his patience. He didn't have time to waste, but he had a slight suspicion that Yi Fei might have caught her. If that was the case, Bailey Zhen would definitely not show mercy. Great heavenly demon hand. The sky suddenly darkened. It was a huge demonic hand that tore the sky apart, bringing with it boundless demonic chi and murderous aura. This Bailey Zhen didn't even give them a chance to explain. He was going to kill them. Yi Fei finally stopped holding back. He instantly became one with his sword. A huge sword light soared into the sky and fiercely collided with the huge demonic hand. His body was bursting with a shocking battle intent. I don't believe that the gap between me and the geniuses of the Central State is that big. Yi Fei's eyes flashed with stubbornness and determination. Even if I can't beat him, I won't give in. Bailey Zhen was also surprised by Yi Fei's choice of battle. He commented, "You're just an ordinary genius, but you actually chose to fight with me, a genius with a special bloodline. I have to say that your courage is commendable, but your actions are too stupid." Bam! The huge demonic hand slammed down mercilessly. The huge sword light in the sky was instantly smashed into countless cracks. Yi Fei was also forced out of the state of being one with his sword. Big brother, young Master Yi? Xia Jun and Hu Yanxiao looked at this scene in disbelief. They had seen how strong Yi Fei was with their own eyes. He was almost invincible in the outer sea. Chapter 837. A terrifying enemy Yi Fei watched as Bailey Zhen crushed his man and sword becoming one with his bare hands. His face was filled with unwillingness. Are all the geniuses of the Central Plains this strong? Even though he knew that the Central Plains was prosperous in martial arts, and that anyone who could be called a genius in the Central Plains had to be extremely powerful, Yi Fei still felt a mountain-like pressure from Bailey Zhen's attack. They were of the same age, but the gap between them was so huge. If he hadn't been in Black Rock City and experienced 3 years of darkness, his martial heart would have been as firm as a rock. Yi Fei might have become disheartened after this exchange of blows. Then, as he watched the huge demonic hand continue to descend, Yi Fei's face was filled with rage. If I can't even block a single attack from this person, why should I go to the Central Plains? How can a piece of trash like me rescue my sister? Even if I can't defeat him, I still have to fight. Fight! God! Down! Yi Fei said each word with a pause. The moment he spat out these 3 words, his entire body was burning with purple flames. Those were the flames of Azura, and also boundless battle intent. As the saying went, as long as Azura didn't die, the flames of war wouldn't be extinguished. Yi Fei, who had stepped into the forbidden area, immediately exploded with an astonishing strength comparable to earth-penetrating level 5. He punched towards the sky, and the purple flames finally tore apart the black curtain in front of him and shattered the demonic hand that was descending. However, Yifei didn't look happy at all. Instead, his face became unprecedentedly serious. His full-powered punch could only shatter the demonic hand that his opponent had casually thrown out. From this, it could be seen how terrifying this young man with demonic flames was. Yeah, you're only at Earth-penetrating level 3, but you can display the strength of an Earth-penetrating level 5. Interesting. Looks like you're worthy of remembering my name. Remember, the person who'll kill you is me, Bailey Zhen. It's an honor to die by my hands. Great heavenly demonic hand, shouted Bailey Zhen. Another huge demonic hand appeared in the sky and mercilessly pressed down. The huge hand hadn't even landed yet, but the surrounding sea had already sunk a few dozen meters due to the terrifying pressure. Hu Yanxiao and Xia Jun both vomited blood at the same time. They were simply unable to withstand the terrifying power of heaven and earth. Not good. Purple gold Tai Chi. Yifei's expression changed. His body shone with a golden light again. It fused with the purple flames and quickly turned into a Tai Chi sphere. It wrapped around him and blocked by Li Zhen's terrifying power. He actually blocked it again. No wonder he dared to express his dissatisfaction with me. In the entire central continent, even among those with special constitutions, you could be considered a pretty good genius. Unfortunately, you've encountered me, Bailey Zhen, a genius with a special bloodline. Die. Bailey Zhen commented on Yifei's strength like a senior instructing a junior. However, his demonic flames turned into a terrifying demonic hand again. It tore through the void and pressed down mercilessly. Obviously, Bailey Zhen didn't have time to waste on Yifei. He wanted to kill Yifei as soon as possible and continue with his mission. Therefore, Bailey Zhen finally became serious this time. Yifei also knew that this might be Bailey Zhen's full-strength attack. The demonic hand contained a shocking amount of energy that was even more terrifying than the dragon turtle. However, he wasn't afraid or humiliated. His eyes were unprecedentedly calm and even had a hint of madness. Hu Yanxiao, take Xia Jun and run as far as you can. This time, I'm afraid I can't guarantee that I won't hurt you. Yifei knew that with his current strength, he wouldn't be able to defeat a powerful enemy like Bailey Zhen. If he wanted to win, there was only one way, which was to awaken the undying sword soul in his body. Although it's very dangerous to unleash the undying sword soul, and even I don't know what the consequences will be, there's one thing that I'm sure of. Even if I die, I won't let Xiao Chao get hurt. Boom! Countless demonic hands pressed down. At the same time, an immortal aura of destruction was awakening in Yifei's body. Roar! Just as Yifei was about to unleash the undying sword soul, a golden dragon suddenly appeared. It swooped down and smashed Bailey Zhen's demonic hand into pieces. At the same time, an aura that was even stronger than Bailey Zhen's filled the area. Junior, we're just passing by. How dare you attack us? Do you really think that no one could defeat you? The golden dragon disappeared, and another one roared and rushed toward Bailey Zhen. At the same time, a figure quickly blocked Yifei. It was Nachai. Senior Nachai. Yifei was surprised and happy. When he saw Nachai, he quickly understood that Nachai must have been following him secretly. Nachai must have seen that he was in danger and immediately acted. Looks like I owe Wang Bai another favor. Yifei thought that Nachai's appearance was arranged by Wang Bai again. Nachai didn't explain. He didn't have the time to explain. The moment he appeared, he was already fighting with Bailey Zhen. An Earth-penetrating level 10 expert? No, you're actually a half-saint. Damn it, you better not be related to my mission. Otherwise, I'll kill you even if you're half-saint. Boom! After smashing the golden dragon with a punch, the demonic flames on Bailey Zhen's body turned into a huge demonic shadow behind him. His hair also turned into the color of flames. Bailey Zhen was indeed terrifying. Even when facing a half-saint like Nachai, he didn't retreat. Instead, he crushed the golden dragon and charged toward Nachai. Nachai was shocked by Bailey Zhen's bravery, but then he sneered. Junior, you're indeed strong. You're considered a top genius in Zhongzhou. However, your combat strength hasn't reached the half-saint level. You'll never know how powerful a half-saint is before you reach that level. Is that so? Bailey Jun, don't need to wait until I reach the half-saint level to kill you. With my earth-penetrating level 7 combat strength, I can kill you. Take this 100 Demons Taboo. Bailey Jun's expression was cold and arrogant. He threw a punch at Nachai with a sneer. That punch cracked the layers of the void. How is this possible? You're only at earth-penetrating level 7, but you can unleash the combat strength of a half-saint. You Zhongzhou geniuses really can't be underestimated. Nachai's expression suddenly turned serious. He roared, and 8 terrifying golden dragons suddenly split from his body. They raised their heads and roared, stirring up thousands of clouds and clouds. 8 dragons battle. Boom! In the end, their attacks evaporated thousands of tons of seawater around them, turning it into a torrential rain that shot in all directions. Hu Yanxiao and Xia Jun were dumbfounded. Yifei was also shocked. Did he hear wrongly? Bailey Jun was only at earth-penetrating level 7, but he was able to fight a half-saint to a draw. Yifei finally realized how terrifying a Zhongzhou genius with a special bloodline like Bailey Jun was. He can fight across 4 levels. Is this the power of those special bloodlines? Special constitution? Special bloodline? Finally, Yifei understood the difference between him and the Zhongzhou geniuses. However, he wasn't depressed. Instead, he was filled with fighting spirit. So what if he has a special bloodline? Although I don't have a special bloodline, I have the battle god Dao. As long as I can find a way to cultivate to the 4th level, I can also fight across 4 levels like those geniuses with special bloodlines. At that time, I won't be defeated again. Yifei raised his head and stared coldly at the sky. Although he didn't know the result of this battle with Bailey Jun, he knew that he had lost. He had lost completely. Chapter 838. Xia Jun's transformation of battle in the sky was still ongoing. Nachai was even more enraged. He was a half-step saint after all, yet he was suppressed by a junior at the earth-penetrating 7th layer. Although Yifei didn't say anything, Nachai still felt embarrassed. Dragon King's aura. The 8 golden dragons on Nachai's body merged and turned into a 5-clawed golden dragon. It roared in the sky and shattered everything. Is this the martial power of Na Gui's martial arts? Is this the fighting strength of a semi-sage expert? He has transformed his imposing aura into the existence of a real dragon. Yifei was greatly shocked in his heart. He had been invincible since he went out to sea. He felt that the earth-penetrating Almighty was just SOSO. Now that he saw the battle between Nachai and Bailey Jun, he realized that he was too arrogant. These senior earth-penetrating Almighty were very terrifying. Of course, the most terrifying one was Bailey Jun. He was only in the earth-penetrating 7th layer, but he didn't back down when facing a half-step saint. You want to suppress me with your martial Dao aura? Very well, I'll let you have a taste of my martial Dao aura. The demonic god aura. 10,000 demons bow. Bailey Jun roared. The tall demonic shadow finally appeared behind him. It was a blue giant demon. It was as dazzling as a blue crystal. It was the demonic god of heaven and earth, and also the power of Bailey Jun's bloodline. He punched out, and the demonic god behind him roared furiously. The huge demonic fist smashed towards the golden dragon that was diving down. Boom! The golden dragon and the demonic god's fist collided, almost shattering the world. A large amount of seawater was silently crushed into dust, forming a vacuum. Not good. Purple gold Tai Chi. Yifei quickly released the purple gold Tai Chi ball to protect himself. At the same time, he stood in front of Xia Jun and Hu Yanxiao. Bang! But the terrifying thing was that even the purple gold Tai Chi ball couldn't withstand the terrifying impact. The Tai Chi ball shattered on the spot. Yifei had no choice but to activate the beast mark on his body again. A layer of mysterious and noble scale armor instantly covered Yifei's entire body. Only then did it manage to offset the final impact. Hu Yanchao and Xia Jun were completely shocked. This is the attack of absolute land? That Bailey Zhan is only at Earth-penetrating 7th stage, but his strength is already enough to destroy the heavens and Earth? Xia Jun's eyes suddenly flashed with strong unwillingness. In the chaotic ocean, he was the young master of the Divine Fist sect. No matter where he went, he did not need to be afraid of danger. This had also developed some of the slick habits of a young master. However, as he trained along the way, especially when he was almost killed by Bailey Zhan's gaze this time, Xia Jun finally felt something. His fists were clenched tightly, and he didn't even care about his injuries. He even clenched his teeth so hard that they were bleeding. Hu Yanchao was a little shocked when he saw this. Xia Jun is a little different from before, Hu Yanchao said curiously. Feeling Xia Jun's strong unwillingness, Yifei's face finally revealed a smile. He stretched out his hand and patted Xia Jun's shoulder. At the same time, he transferred a large amount of vigorous true yuan to help Xia Jun heal his injuries. Xia Jun, welcome to the outside world. It seems that you finally understand what a qualified warrior needs. Big brother, I understand now. I was too mischievous in the past, but I will never do it again. Xia Jun's eyes were red. He looked at the battle in the sky with a complicated expression. A battle between half-saints was almost impossible to happen in the chaotic ocean. Yifei and the other two would not be able to imagine the fighting strength of a half-saint if they didn't see it with their own eyes. Even Bailey Zhan began to retreat in front of Na Chai, who was really angry. In the end, the demon god in the sky let out a roar. Bailey Zhan suddenly stopped fighting with Na Chai, and a trace of blood appeared at the corner of his mouth. Bang! The demon flame exploded like a torch, and Bailey Zhan followed like a shadow. His whole body turned into a ray of demon light and disappeared before everyone's eyes. Obviously, Bailey Zhan knew that he no longer had the upper hand in front of Na Chai, who was really angry. Fortunately, with his strength, even if he couldn't defeat a half-saint, Na Chai couldn't stop him if he wanted to retreat. He left behind an angry roar. In the end, Bailey Zhan retreated. Yifei also breathed a sigh of relief. If Bailey Zhan didn't retreat, he would have to consider joining forces with Na Chai. Na Chai looked in the direction that Bailey Zhan fled with a serious expression. He didn't chase after him, but suddenly coughed up a mouthful of black blood. Senior Na Chai, you're injured? Yifei was very surprised. He also knew how terrifying those Zhongzhou geniuses were. He's only at Earth-penetrating 7th tier, but he can injure a half-saint. If he's at Earth-penetrating 10th tier, then even the Grandmaster Grand Sage is no match for him. Hu Yanchao was also incomparably shocked. Compared to those Zhongzhou geniuses, us Outer Sea warriors are still too weak. Xia Jun clenched his fists, feeling very depressed. Yifei also understood Xia Jun's feelings. After all, Xia Jun was considered a very powerful genius in the chaotic ocean, almost on par with Wang Han. It was just that he didn't like to cultivate, so his strength was weak. However, Xia Jun's heart had always been very proud. When Bailey Zhan appeared, not only did he give Xia Jun, but he also gave everyone present a wake-up call, telling them how powerful Zhongzhou was. Haha, young Master Yi, you don't have to worry. I'm a half-saint, so I won't be seriously injured. However, you must be careful. That young man just now is not simple. He should be a super genius with a special bloodline. If you meet him in the future, you'd better run immediately. Na Chai landed with a serious face. Yifei immediately understood what Na Chai meant. Senior Na Chai, aren't you going to Zhongzhou with us? He was a little disappointed. He thought that Na Chai was sent by Wang Bai to protect him. He didn't expect that he would only be used once. Young Master Yi, I would like to follow you, but when I fought with that junior just now, I actually feel that I've touched the opportunity to become the Grandmaster Grand Sage. I have to go into seclusion immediately, Na Chai said. What? Senior, you're going to become the Grandmaster Grand Sage? Hu Yanchao and Xia Jun were very surprised. They actually saw the birth of a Grandmaster Grand Sage with their own eyes. Huh. How can it be so easy to break through? However, I can feel the opportunity to break through this time. It will take at least 1 year and at most 3 years. I will definitely succeed in breaking through. Therefore, I can no longer protect you now. Young Master Yi, you have to be careful for the rest of your journey. Na Chai sighed and secretly rejoiced that he had secretly followed Yi Fei. If he hadn't followed Yi Fei, he wouldn't have fought with Bailey Zhen, and he wouldn't have been able to grasp that opportunity in the battle. It would be very difficult to grasp this opportunity just by understanding it, even in 100 years. Senior, don't worry. I will be careful. How can I grow without experiencing wind and rain? Next time, I will defeat Bailey Zhen with my own hands. Yi Fei's body suddenly surged with sharpness that was stronger than before. Na Chai secretly praised him. Young Master Yi, let's officially part ways here. Finally, Na Chai nodded to Yi Fei. Suddenly, his whole body sank to the bottom of the sea. He actually opened up a secret realm at the bottom of the shattered deserted island and began his seclusion. Chapter 839. Dark North Divine Art. There were many deserted islands in the Xieshio Sea. Now that 2 Xieshio patriarchs were dead and the remaining Xieshio generals were fighting for territory, many weaker Xieshio began to escape to the deserted islands. They occupied 1 or 2 deserted islands, opened up spirit farms, and caught sea beasts. Although their days were not as carefree as before, when they were Xieshio and killed for treasures, the men plowed the land and the women weaved. However, this peace was quickly broken by a young man covered in devil flame who descended from the sky. Scram! Having learned his lesson, Bailey Zhen didn't even bother to talk to the Xieshio on the island. He directly roared with a thunderous voice. More than 10 Xieshio men and women who had given up on fighting and planned to open up the deserted islands in peace all fell to the ground with fear on their faces. Why, we didn't offend you, Mfwai? Because I'm in a bad mood. The ferocious expression on Bailey Zhen's face disappeared in a flash. Then, his face turned red, and he spat out a few mouthfuls of blood. Seeing the blood on the ground, Bailey Zhen's expression became even more ferocious. In any case, he was a genius with a special bloodline. In the end, he was defeated by 3 unknown martial artists who used half-saints. Bailey Zhen was so angry that his eyes spat out 2 streams of devil flame. They were lucky this time to have a half-saint protecting them. However, they better not be related to my mission. Otherwise, I will definitely kill them. Even if they have a half-saint protecting them, they must die. Sitting cross-legged on the ground, Bailey Zhen took out a pill and swallowed it. Soon, the weak devil flame on his body burned like a torch again. Bailey Zhen didn't even look at the corpses on the ground. He directly soared into the sky and flew towards the depths of the Xieshio Sea. I remember that there's a branch of the Sun Luo Temple here. If I want to complete the mission, I will need to borrow the power of the Sun Luo Temple. If that doesn't work, then I will kill all the Xieshio in the Xieshio Sea. I will definitely find her. Bailey Zhen's devil flame burned even fiercer. After bidding farewell to Na Chai, Yi Fei continued his journey towards the central province. Having learned his lesson, he didn't dare to stay on the deserted island. Instead, he took out a ship he had brought from the North Sea and decided to continue his journey towards the central province. However, along the way, Yi Fei and the other 2 were very quiet. As soon as Xia Jun boarded the ship, he shut himself in the cabin without saying a word and started cultivating like crazy. Yi Fei couldn't help but sigh. He knew that although Xia Jun had grown a lot, the previous battle still left a huge shadow on Xia Jun. If Xia Jun could not untie this knot in his heart and kept it in his heart, it might even affect his martial arts heart. In the end, Xia Jun also called him Big Brother. It seemed that he had to think of a way to enlighten this kid. Dong dong dong. Yi Fei quickly knocked on the cabin door and walked in. Xia Jun was still cultivating hard without saying a word. His expression was firm and crazy. If it were any other time, Yi Fei would definitely be very happy to see Xia Jun working so hard. Sigh, Xia Jun, do you know that you are forcing yourself like this? Yi Fei sighed. I'm not forcing myself. I'm working hard. I want to make up for all the time that I wasted in the past. I don't want to be seriously injured by someone's gaze anymore. I want to become as strong as you, big brother. Xia Jun's gaze was firm. Then what about your womanland? Yi Fei didn't want Xia Jun to be too forceful, so he changed the topic to a more relaxed one. Xia Jun was obviously a little conflicted, but he still said firmly, in short, I want to become stronger. In order to become stronger, I'll lower my standards a little. I won't build a womanland anymore. It's the same if I build a harem with 72 concubines. Yi Fei was suddenly very speechless. You call this lowering your standards? However, although Xia Jun's motivation for cultivation wasn't pure, Yi Fei could still feel his determination. Yi Fei knew that Xia Jun was serious this time. He spoke of his dream very seriously and also started to cultivate very seriously. There was only one thing that Yi Fei disagreed with. Xia Jun, it's useless for you to cultivate like this. You have to find your own advantages. This way, your cultivation will get twice the result with half the effort. Xia Jun suddenly pulled a long face. Big brother, other than being born to be beaten, I'm not as talented as you. I can't find any advantages. Nonsense. Who says you don't have any advantages? In my opinion, your absorbing physique is your biggest advantage. Yi Fei comforted. Xia Jun couldn't help but look at Yi Fei suspiciously. Big brother, don't tell me you want to be like my father and beat me up every day. How is that possible? How about this? I'll tell you a story from my hometown. Yi Fei felt that he had to encourage this kid to prevent him from being so dispirited all the time. In my hometown, there was once a person who was like you. He was born in a wealthy family and was ignorant and incompetent. If he wasn't beaten, he was scolded. But he had a very powerful ability. After he was beaten a few times, he suddenly had an idea and created a magical martial art called the Dark North Power. Dark North Power? Xia Jun exclaimed. He didn't expect that a person who was as useless as himself could actually create a magical martial art. Yi Fei nodded fiercely. Yes, it's the Dark North Power. Speaking of this martial art, it's amazing. It can actually absorb the opponent's true essence during a battle and transform it into one's own true essence. In this way, although he often failed and was beaten by the enemy, he relied on battle after battle and continued to make breakthroughs in his failures. In the end, he became a first-class master. Through this story, Xia Jun, do you understand anything? Yi Fei looked at Xia Jun expectantly. He hoped that Xia Jun would learn from his shame and not give up easily or give up on himself. When Xia Jun heard this, he was greatly encouraged. He stood up excitedly and said, Big brother, I understand. You want me to be like that person and create a martial art like the Dark North Power. Damn, why didn't I think of it before? My physique is not only good for taking a beating, but it turns out that my special physique can also be used like this. However, big brother, although my absorption physique is special, if I forcibly absorb the opponent's true essence and the opponent's strength is stronger than mine, then I'll be stuffed to death. However, I can use my special physique to find a way to transform the opponent's true essence. What do you think of my idea? Xia Jun was worthy of being called extremely smart. Yi Fei originally wanted to encourage this kid with this story, but in the end, Xia Jun actually deduced many things from one example and thought of turning the Dark North Power into the unorthodox spirit-transforming technique. Yi Fei was speechless on the spot. However, seeing that Xia Jun had finally returned to his former self, Yi Fei couldn't say too much. He could only encourage him helplessly. Very good. Your idea is quite good. Work hard. I'm going to cultivate too. Chapter 840. Quasi-Emperor clans in the following month. Yi Fei and the other two immersed themselves in bitter cultivation. Hu Yanqiao was anxious to take revenge, so he cultivated the most crazily and arduously. He cultivated almost all the time. Although Yi Fei could persuade Xia Jun, he could not do anything to Hu Yanqiao. After all, the grudge of his son's death was absolutely irreconcilable. If not for the fact that his younger sister was still alive, Yi Fei would only become even crazier than Hu Yanqiao. Naturally, He had no reason to persuade Hu Yanqiao. It seems that the only way to make Hu Yanqiao return to normal is to destroy the Star Moon Holy Land and avenge Lao Hu and my younger sister. Thinking of this, Yifei took over the task of controlling the warship by himself. This would make it easier for Hu Yanqiao and Xia Jun to increase their strength. Moreover, he had already used up all his spirit stones and sacred bones. Breaking through to Earth Profound third stage was already his limit. If he wanted to continue breaking through, Yifei had to think of a way to obtain more spirit stones and sacred bones. Sigh, my identity as a person abandoned by the heavens is really helpless. I'm not as free as Xia Jun. Yifei looked enviously at Xia Jun, who was enjoying the wind on the mast. Of course, he understood that Xia Jun was not simply enjoying the wind. Instead, he was thinking hard about how to create the dark north divine art that Yifei mentioned. With this as support, Xia Jun quickly walked out of the shadow left by Bailey Zhen and became somewhat carefree again. Every day, apart from spending half a day thinking hard about the dark north divine art and excavating the potential of his body to absorb energy, Xia Jun would spend the rest of his time chatting with Yifei to relieve his boredom. On this day, the two of them chatted together as usual. Suddenly, the entire warship began to tremble violently. It was like a tsunami had almost destroyed the warship. At the same time, a terrifying beam of light shot up into the sky and turned into a faint power of heaven and earth, forcibly calming down the churning seawater. Xia Jun widened his eyes in disbelief as he watched Hu Yanqiao walk out of the cabin. A sincere smile also appeared on Yifei's face. Lao Hu, congratulations. You've finally broken through to the earth-shattering mighty figure. It's all thanks to young Master Yi. If not for you, I would have died in the Xieshou Sea. Hu Yanqiao sighed. Then his face was filled with murderous intent as he pointed at the distant sea in front of them and said, Young Master Yi, we will be able to see the outline of Zhongzhou in 3 days. From this direction, we can disembark at 3 places. One is the Azure Dragon Empire, one is the Darkness Empire, and one is the Snow Wind Empire. Are there many empires in the Central State? How strong are they? Yifei was a little curious. Hu Yanqiao said, Not only are there many, there are simply as many as the hairs on an ox. Just the number of empires that I know, there are more than 1,000. For example, Bailey Zhen, who wanted to kill us before. I suspect that he is the top genius of the Bailey clan in the Snow Wind Empire. Now that we want to disembark, it's best to avoid the Snow Wind Empire. At this point, Hu Yanqiao's face revealed a trace of unnatural and complicated emotions. Xia Jun didn't notice it, but Yifei, who has been paying attention to Hu Yanqiao, immediately noticed it. After thinking for a bit, he understood something. Yifei coldly asked, The Star Moon Holy Land should be in the Snow Wind Empire, right? Hu Yanqiao sighed and said, That's right. The Star Moon Holy Land is a low-ranked holy land in the Snow Wind Empire. It's just that their publicity is better, so they can only deceive those outside of Zhongzhou. In fact, in Zhongzhou, the Holy Land is the most low-ranked. It's even worse than many sects. What? Even the Holy Land is low-ranked? The sects in Zhongzhou are more powerful than the Holy Land? Xia Jun was very surprised, and Yifei was also somewhat surprised. However, after thinking about it, they understood. Even in the northern region, the Holy Land is not the strongest force. Above the Holy Land, there's still the 4 great empires and some powerful clans, not to mention the Zhongzhou, which is a flourishing age of martial arts. It seems that in Zhongzhou, the strongest force should be the Sacred Institute. Yifei added, No, young Master Yi, you're wrong. The Sacred Institute is indeed very strong, but it's not the strongest. Above the Sacred Institute, there are still the quasi-emperor clans. They can contend with the Sacred Institute, and there are even many quasi-emperor clans that are stronger than the Sacred Institute. Hu Yanqiao thought of something and said a secret. It is said that the strongest Sacred Institute of Zhen Wu accidentally became enemies with a powerful quasi-emperor clan and gradually declined. There are also people who speculate that the Dark Azura Temple might be opened by a quasi-emperor clan. Quasi-Emperor clan. Just by hearing the name, Yi Fei knew what these noble clans represented. Clearly, these noble clans had half-step martial emperors or produced half-step martial emperors. As for the terror of martial emperors, Yi Fei had heard about it from the demon monarch long ago. When Yi Fei learned that there might be many half-step martial emperors in the Zhongzhou, he was shocked. Then, he was filled with a strong fighting spirit. So what if they are quasi-emperors? Sooner or later, I will become a quasi-emperor as well. I might even surpass them and become a martial emperor, a martial god. Yi Fei's body brimmed with a strong fighting spirit. Indeed, coming to this Zhongzhou was not a mistake. Only in the Zhongzhou could he reach the peak of the martial Tao. Big Brother is right. As long as we're willing to work hard, we might not be able to become a martial emperor. We might still have a chance to become a martial emperor. The Xiao army was influenced by Yi Fei's strong conviction and became full of fighting spirit. Why did the Outer Sea's young geniuses risk their lives to go to the Zhongzhou? Aside from the prosperity of the Zhongzhou, what attracted them even more was the martial Tao of the Zhongzhou. Hu Yinchao smiled bitterly and sighed. How can it be that easy to become a martial emperor? Firstly, I am not as young as you. Secondly, I do not have your talent. Breaking through to the earth-shattering almighty realm is my limit. Otherwise, I would not have listened to the flowery words of the Star Moon Holy Land back then and sent my son into the fire pit with my own hands. Hu Yinchao's eyes were filled with grief. Yi Fei did not know how to persuade him. He could only look at Hu Yinchao seriously and say, "What is a genius? Is having talent a genius? I don't think so. Hard work is a genius. Conviction is a genius. There's a saying in my hometown, I am born with talent and must be useful." That's right. Lao Hu, it is still too early for you to be discouraged. Xia Jun also said with a smile. Hu Yinchao was shaken. He muttered to himself, "Hard work is a genius. Conviction is a genius. You are born with talent and must be useful." Thank you, young Master Yi. I understand. I will not give up. Even if I do not become a martial emperor, I will die on the road to becoming a martial emperor. Ha ha, Lao Hu, don't worry. You will not die. Big Brother and I are still waiting for you to become a martial emperor so that the three of us can gather together. Xia Jun's body suddenly had a trace of heroism. Yi Fei nodded and smiled from the bottom of his heart. Ever since they saw Bailey Zhen's battle, although they did not say anything, they felt extremely depressed in their hearts. It was as if an invisible mountain was pressing down on them. But now, after seeing the Zhongzhou and hearing about the martial Tao of the Zhongzhou, the depression in Yi Fei's heart was finally swept away. What he had now was conviction, hard work, and light. Zhongzhou, I am coming. Star Moon Holy Land, I am coming. Lao Hu, we are docking in the Snow Wind Empire. Rumble. Chapter 841. Snow Wind City, Snow Wind City. It was the northernmost port city of the Snow Wind Empire. At the same time, it was also the port closest to the North region. Of course, this was only a small city. In the Snow Wind Empire, there were tens of thousands of small cities like this. Every one of them was more prosperous than Snow Wind City. However, Yi Fei still didn't dare to lower his guard. Not to mention that Hu Yinchao had stolen a large number of saint bones from the Star Moon Holy Land. Just the fact that Snow Wind City was close to the North region was enough to attract the attention of the Star Moon Holy Land. In fact, there was a secret stronghold of the Star Moon Holy Land within Snow Wind City. Usually, when the people of the Holy Land found children with special constitutions in the Outer Sea, they would bring them back to the Holy Land and raise them like pigs. When these children had cultivated the Star Moon demonic art for 10 years and reached perfection, they would then strip them of their special constitutions. A year ago, Hu Yinchao's son was robbed of his special constitutions by the Star Moon Holy Land and died a tragic death. That scene was still fresh in Hu Yinchao's memory. His hatred was as deep as the sea. Of course, Yi Fei didn't dare to be careless. He came here to save his sister and help Hu Yinchao take revenge on the Star Moon Holy Land. At this time, Yi Fei didn't want to act rashly and alert the enemy. So, When they were on the ship, Hu Yinxiao taught Yi Fei and Xia Jun a secret disguise technique called heaven and earth transformation. Heaven and earth transformation was very simple. As long as one used true yuan to change the muscles and bones of one's face, one could easily change into another person's appearance. However, the consumption of true yuan was very fast. Even an expert like Wu Jun could only maintain this disguise for a day at most before his true yuan was exhausted and he was forced to return to his original appearance. Fortunately, one day was enough for them to do a lot of things. Under the lead of Hu Yinxiao, Yi Fei and the other two quickly arrived at the gate of Snowwind City. What surprised Yi Fei was that the people guarding the gate were actually a group of Martial King experts. Such experts could be bestowed the title of king in the North region. However, in the Central region, they were only the most ordinary soldiers. What are you looking at? If you want to enter the city, everyone has to pay a high-grade spirit stone. Hurry up and don't block the way. This group of soldiers shouted. Their attitude didn't soften in the slightest just because two almighty experts had arrived. The price to enter the snow-blowing city was also very high. It actually required a piece of high-grade spirit stone. Isn't this too expensive? One upper-grade spirit stone for each entry. This is even better than robbing. Xia Jun shouted in dissatisfaction. Hu Yinxiao was actually quite open-minded. Snow-blowing city is still considered good. Like the imperial capital, I heard that if 4 martial artists want to go in, they have to pay 1,000 high-grade spirit stones. Who told our sky martial continent to be lacking in spirit stones resources, the major empires can only use this method to collect as many spirit stones as possible. I see. It seems that the spiritual stones in the Central Plains are also very scarce. Yi Fei was relieved. Then, he shook his head with a wry smile. He thought of the huge amount of spirit stones he needed to raise his cultivation realm. If he were to raise them by himself, he didn't know how long it would take him. What's more, he was a person abandoned by the heavens. If he wanted to raise his martial Dao force, he would need a saint bone. That would require even more spirit stones. Yi Fei finally felt the huge pressure of being abandoned by the heavens. Not to mention, Xiao Chao also needed a lot of spirit stones. Spirit stones. Spirit stones. Where can I find so many spirit stones? The more Yi Fei thought about it, the redder his eyes became. He almost had the idea of looting the Snow City's City Lord's mansion. But soon, Yi Fei wisely dispelled this idea. Only after entering Snow City did he realize how powerful the Central Region's martial Dao was. The children running on the streets had reached the martial Dao realm. As for the other ordinary people, it was very common for them to reach the martial master realm or the martial ancestor realm. And these were only mortals. Most of the martial artists above the mortals were martial saints or martial kings. The number of titled Wu Jun who came and went was even more innumerable. In the process of queuing up to enter the city, Yi Fei saw earth-penetrating supreme experts more than once brushing past him. In the deepest part of Snow City, Yi Fei faintly felt a very terrifying pressure. That pressure was exactly the same as that of Na Kai and Beilizhan. Could it be that the City Lord of Snow City is also a half-step saint? Yi Fei said in surprise. That's right. Every small city in the Snow Wind Empire has a half-step saint overseeing it. The big cities have even more heaven-reaching great sage overseeing it. The Snow Wind Emperor is also a half-step emperor expert. Therefore, we must keep a low profile in Snow City. Hu Yinxiao explained in a low voice. This caused Xia Jun to jump in fright again. He couldn't help but be speechless. Half-step emperor. Heavens! An earth-penetrating supreme expert can already dominate our chaotic ocean. If a half-step emperor were to go there, he would be able to destroy our chaotic ocean with just a finger. No wonder my father told me not to come to the central province if I don't have the strength. Yi Fei also nodded in deep agreement. Then he looked at Hu Yinxiao and said, Hu Yinxiao, what should we do after entering the city? Should we directly go to the Star Moon Holy Land? Hu Yinxiao thought for a while and said, Young Master Yi, with our current strength, we are still unable to contend against the Star Moon Holy Land. If we act rashly, it won't be good for us. However, I once made a good friend in Snow City. I can inquire about the current situation of the Star Moon Holy Land through him. Friend? Is he reliable? Yi Fei frowned. Very reliable. When I first came to the Central Province, I saved his life. He also contributed to us being able to escape from the Central Province. We could be considered to be friends in life and death. Hu Yanxiao nodded with certainty. That's good. Yi Fei nodded and no longer objected. Yi Fei also attached great importance to Hu Yanxiao's opinion. After all, he and Xia Jun had just arrived in the Central Province. As for Hu Yanxiao, he had already stayed in the Central Province for a period of time. He even had friends. He could be considered as half a local snake. It couldn't be better for Hu Yanxiao to come forward and inquire about the situation of the Star Moon Holy Land first. The three of them discussed the time and place of their meeting. Then, Hu Yanxiao impatiently ran into Snow City to contact his close friend. Yi Fei planned to go to the Merchant Union to check out the situation here. Right now, he didn't have any spirit stones on him. However, when he killed Eastern Demon and Western Demon's old ancestor and looted Xiexiu's 7 generals, he also obtained a lot of treasures. Many of them were sacred tools. Yi Fei planned to go to the Merchant Union to see if he could sell these treasures and exchange them for some spirit stones. So, Yi Fei said to Xia Jun, what about you? Will you follow me, or Hu Yanxiao? Big brother, let's move freely. I'll go first. Xia Jun saw the figure of a beautiful woman from afar. He couldn't help but walk over. Yi Fei, Hu Yanxiao. In the end, the three of them could only go their separate ways. Hu Yanxiao went to find his close friend. Yi Fei inquired along the way and came to the Merchant Union's branch in Snow City. Chapter 842. Best friends, however. After hearing his introduction, Yi Fei suddenly wanted to grab Shangluo and beat him up. This advertisement was too ridiculous. There were countless deaths and injuries. That young miss was not injured at all. As expected of the profiteer young miss, she could even come up with such a gimmick. Yi Fei finally understood why San Luo Temple was willing to spend 200 million spirit stones to buy his face-preserving pill recipe. The profits were simply too great. Sorry, I don't need the face-preserving pill. I'm here to sell things. I have some Xiexiu treasures and sacred artifacts. Do you want them? Yi Fei faintly shook his head. What? Xiexiu treasures and sacred artifacts? Senior, are there any problems with your treasures? The manager of the Merchant Union became a little hesitant. He almost suspected that Yi Fei was a bandit who killed and robbed. Yi Fei was a little speechless. If he knew that the Merchant Union had so many rules, he would have sold them to San Luo Temple. However, if he sold them to San Luo Temple, those Xiexiu would still buy them back and continue to strengthen the Xiexiu Ocean. It would also bring danger to the cultivators of a northern region who went out to sea in the future. He would not do such a stupid thing. Don't worry, these are all ownerless treasures, Yi Fei said in a half-true, half-false manner. In the end, these were sacred artifacts. The manager of the Merchant Union did not dare to make a decision on his own. He could only respectfully say, Senior, please wait for a moment. I will go and ask the manager. There's no need to ask. Young master, did you come from the outer seas? At this time, a middle-aged man in purple walked out from the employee area of the Merchant Union. Judging from his aura, he was also an absolute Earth Almighty. Yi Fei could not help but sigh. There were really many absolute Earth Almighty in the Central Continent. In the outer seas, absolute Earth Almighty was the end of the martial path. In the Central Continent, absolute Earth Almighty could only be considered to have just stepped onto the martial path. That's right. I came from the outer seas. Yi Fei cupped his hands and said, That's enough. As long as the origin of the treasure is not a problem, our Merchant Union will accept it, the chief manager said calmly. Yi Fei immediately heaved a sigh of relief. Then, he took out all the treasures he had obtained from the Xiexiu Sea. When he saw that Yi Fei actually had 2 Xiexiu sacred artifacts, the chief steward was a little moved. He couldn't help but take a deep look at Yi Fei. These treasures are not bad. Our merchant union is willing to purchase them with 10 million high-grade spirit stones. What do you think, young master? The chief manager asked. All right, 10 million it is, Yi Fei said with a bitter expression. He didn't expect to sell so many treasures for such a small amount of spirit stones. It seems that there's basically no hope for me to break through to the fourth level of the earth-penetrating realm in a short time. Yi Fei shook his head, put away the spirit stones, and left the merchant association. The chief manager kept smiling as he watched Yi Fei leave. This made the manager beside him feel puzzled. Chief manager, these treasures are worth at most 10 million. You gave us such a high price. It's not like we didn't make a profit. Huh? How can we not make a profit? I made a big profit this time. That's why I said that you're still young. There's still a lot to learn. The chief manager smiled but didn't say anything. He still remembered the order from the Shang clan a year ago. It asked him to pay attention to a young martial artist who came from the outer seas and asked the merchant union to provide him with as much convenience as possible. The strangest thing was that this order was issued in the name of Shang law. Since then, the chief manager had paid attention to it. Although Yi Fei had changed his appearance at this time, the chief manager had a secret technique that could see through Yi Fei's disguise. He knew that Yi Fei was the person that Shanglua had mentioned. Therefore, he secretly helped Yi Fei. TSK. I don't know where this kid got his luck from. He actually managed to be remembered by the eldest miss. The chief manager shook his head and returned to the work area. After leaving the merchant union, Yi Fei also didn't know that he was able to sell the treasures for the high price of 10 million spirit stones because of Shanglua's reputation. After selling the treasures, he returned to the rendezvous point. Xia Jun and Hu Yinxiao had been waiting there for a long time. They were talking to a middle-aged Confucian scholar with a delicate face. Yi Fei knew that this Confucian scholar was probably Hu Yinxiao's life-and-death friend. Lao Hu. Yi Fei walked over to greet him. Big brother, young Master Yi, let me introduce you. This is my life-and-death friend, Li Guan. Li Guan, this is Yi Fei, young Master Yi. Hu Yinxiao happily introduced both parties. Li Guan also cupped his hands towards Yi Fei in admiration. So you're a young Master Yi. I've heard a lot about you. You're too polite, sir. Yi Fei couldn't help but feel a little awkward when he saw Li Guan's refined and courteous appearance. You're welcome, you're welcome. Young Master Yi is a young talent that I have to look up to. Ha ha. Li Guan laughed heartily. Yi Fei was puzzled. What was so funny about this? Subconsciously, Yi Fei felt that Li Guan wasn't a straightforward person. However, in the end, he was Hu Yinxiao's life-and-death friend. Yi Fei couldn't say much about it. Under Li Guan's lead, everyone left Snow Wind City and arrived at a manor outside the city. Li Guan's expression was very serious as he said, Lao Hu, what exactly did you do in the Star Moon Holy Land? Recently, there have been 3 waves of people from the Star Moon Holy Land who have come to inquire about your whereabouts. Fortunately, they don't know about our relationship. Otherwise, even I would be in danger. Brotherly, I'm sorry to have implicated you. I didn't do anything. They killed my son, so I stole their sacred bones. It could be considered as revenge. Hu Yinxiao said with red eyes. Sacred bones? No wonder. No wonder the people from the Star Moon Holy Land were filled with killing intent. Lao Hu, during this period of time, don't go out. Hide here for a while and observe the situation, Li Guan said calmly. Brotherly, how can I do that? We only came to inquire about information. We don't have any intention of staying. I can't implicate you, Hu Yinxiao said hurriedly. Yi Fei also nodded and said seriously, Mr. Li, you only need to tell us about the current situation of the Star Moon Holy Land. It would be best if they had some experts. That would be enough. In the end, he was still worried about his sister's safety. He didn't have the time to hide here. What are you saying? Are you looking down on me? Let me tell you, I, Li Guan, am not a person who is afraid of trouble. Moreover, Lao Hu and I are life-and-death friends. If you don't stay, then you don't treat me as a brother. Li Guan was very emotional. Hu Yinxiao was touched and helpless. He could only look at Yi Fei. Xia Jun also did the same. Li Guan was surprised to find that the person in charge here wasn't the oldest Hu Yanchao. Instead, it was the youngest Yi Fei. He couldn't help but be slightly surprised. Yi Fei felt very troubled. "Mr. Li, we appreciate your kindness. However, we do have something to do." He was too embarrassed to say that he was here to save someone and not to take refuge, because he was afraid of the Star Moon Holy Land. Hearing this, Li Guan misunderstood. He suddenly thought of something and slapped his head. Then, he laughed. "Look at my memory. Young Master Yi is an outstanding young man. He must be here to participate in this year's Heaven and Earth Supreme ranking since he traveled thousands of miles to Zhongzhou. It's no wonder that Mister is anxious." Ha ha! Li Guan's laughter was always so strange. However, his words made Yi Fei suddenly think of something. He asked in surprise, "Mr. Li, could it be that Zhongzhou also has a Heaven and Earth Supreme ranking, and now is the time to register?" Chapter 843. Heavenly Supreme, cough cough. My big brother came to Zhongzhou to join real martial arts Sacred Academy. What is Heaven and Earth Supreme ranking? Xia Jun had been listening to the three of them, and he couldn't help but interrupt them. Yi Fei was surprised. "Xia Jun, you don't even know about Heaven and Earth Supreme ranking? You can't blame me. We are martial artists from the outer sea. We fight and kill every day. How would we have the time to participate in a competition?" Xia Jun shrugged and said, "It turned out that Heaven and Earth Supreme ranking was only famous on land. To martial artists and sex on the sea, it wasn't attractive." Li Guan sized up Yi Fei again and chuckled. "Hee, young Master Yi and Mister, since you want to join Sacred Academy, you have to participate in Heaven List Supreme Battle." Heaven List Supreme Battle? What has this got to do with joining Sacred Academy? Yi Fei asked curiously. Li Guan smiled and explained, "Of course it has something to do with it. Actually, Heaven and Earth Supreme ranking is a test jointly set up by Sacred Academies to select talents. Only those who participate in Heaven and Earth Supreme ranking and get a good ranking will have the chance to join Sacred Academies. If you can become a Supreme on Heaven List, Sacred Academies will nurture you with all their might. Hence, if the two of you want to join Sacred Academy, you have to participate in Heaven and Earth Supreme ranking," Li Guan concluded. Yi Fei then knew the true origin of Heaven and Earth Supreme ranking. When he was in North Region, he had participated in Earth List of Heaven and Earth Supreme ranking. He hadn't expected to participate in Heaven List Supreme Battle when he came to Zhongzhou. Interesting. I could take this chance to meet the geniuses in Zhongzhou. Yi Fei understood the importance of Heaven and Earth Supreme ranking. He immediately decided that he had to participate in Heaven List Supreme Battle. Xia Jun said excitedly, "The Supreme Battle of the Heaven List? This is a chance for me, Xia Jun, to become famous. I have to participate too. Oh yeah, when is the Supreme Battle? Where are we going to sign up?" Li Guan extended 2 fingers and said, "There's still 2 years until this season's Heaven Proclamation Supreme Battle. But the registration deadline is only this year. If you miss it, then you'll have to wait another 10 years. However, if you want to register, you must first become a resident of my Snow Wind Empire." Do we still need to join the Snow Wind Empire to participate in the Heaven List Supreme Battle? Could it be that the Heaven Leaderboard is the same as the Earth Leaderboard and is held in different countries? Yi Fei frowned slightly. Haha, that's more or less the case. You should know that there are several thousand empires in our Central Plains. Every empire has tens of thousands of geniuses. Every time the Heaven ranking opens, every empire will first conduct an internal selection, which is also the Earth ranking competition. Only the geniuses who leave their names on the Earth ranking can represent their respective empire to enter the Martial God Tomb and participate in the Heaven ranking sovereign battle. Li Guan patiently explained. These words made Yi Fei click his tongue. After all, the martial god had always been a legend, and there were no traces of him. Yet, there was actually a martial god's tomb in the central continent. It was even used as a training ground by the sacred institution to assess students. This kind of spinning was not just a little scary. Hu Yanchao and Xia Jun were even more stunned when they heard this. AI, as expected of the Central Plains. It's a pity that I'm too old to join the sacred institution. In the end, I'm still young, Master Yi. You guys are still young. You guys still have a chance. Hu Yanqiao sighed. That's true, but we're not people of the Snow Wind Empire. How can we obtain the qualifications to become residents? Xiaojun looked at Li Guan expectantly. Li Guan chuckled and patted his chest. You two can rest assured. You guys are Lao Hu's friends, which means that you're my friends. It just so happens that I have some connections with the City Lord's mansion. You guys wait here patiently. I'll go to the City Lord's mansion and use my connections to make you Snow Wind City residents. With that, Li Guan stood up and planned to leave. Before he left, he turned back and reminded Hu Yanqiao worriedly, Lao Hu, when I go out, don't wander around. I'll be back soon. Brother Li, then we'll leave it to you. If there's any cost, just tell us. We'll pay you without a penny less. Hu Yanqiao also stood up and said, You and I are brothers. No need to be so polite. You guys wait for me. I'll take at most one day to settle this matter for you. Li Guan staggered out of the door. Xiaojun excitedly said to Yi Fei, Big brother, we've met a good person this time. I didn't expect that joining the sacred institution would bring so many troubles. It's normal to have troubles, but the word good person is not something that can be easily said. Yi Fei said in a low voice as he looked at Li Guan's back. Xiaojun's face was full of suspicion. Big brother, what do you mean? Could it be that you... Nothing. Xiaojun, you and Lao Hu stay here practice. I'll go out for a walk. Yi Fei winked at Xiaojun and then pouted at Hu Yanqiao. Xiaojun immediately shut his mouth and walked over to chat with Hu Yanqiao without saying anything. Yi Fei, on the other hand, stood up and walked out at the same time Li Guan left. I hope I'm not a petty person. Bang! Using Void Step, Yi Fei directly escaped into the void. Because he didn't go out from the door, Li Guan, who went out, didn't know. Yi Fei was a little worried and followed him. After leaving the villa, he didn't go in the direction of the City Lord's mansion. Instead, he quickly flew in the direction of the south of Snow City. Yi Fei's heart thumped. He was worried and came out to follow Li Guan. He didn't expect that Li Guan was really strange. Immediately, Yi Fei continued to follow him calmly. Li Guan was very vigilant. Halfway to the south of the city, he suddenly turned back to the east of the city. From time to time, he would look back. Seeing that no one was following him, he breathed a sigh of relief. Then, he suddenly flew in the direction of the south of the city. Yi Fei secretly sighed at Li Guan's craftiness. If he couldn't hide in the void, he might have been discovered by Li Guan. Half an hour later, Li Guan went to a very remote inn in the south of the city. Soon, a few vigorous figures rushed out from the inn. Who are you? How dare you break into our Star Moon Holy Land's encampment? It's me, Li Guan. I have important information to report to you. Li Guan quickly identified himself. Only then did the few vigorous figures let Li Guan go. At this time, a cold female voice came out from the inn. Li Guan, what are you doing here? Could it be that Hu Yanqiao has already contacted you? Reporting to Fairy, it is indeed so. Hu Yanqiao has returned. Not only has he become an absolute supreme, but he has also brought 2 foreign experts with him. He wants to harm the Star Moon Holy Land. Li Guan stood at the entrance and spoke to the inn. The faces of the several Wujun from the Star Moon Holy Land immediately turned ugly. What? That traitor Hu Yanqiao has actually become an absolute supreme? You can't say that. It is true that we have harmed his son. It is only right that he wants to take revenge. However, since he knows the biggest secret of our holy land and stole the Saint Bone, he cannot be left alive. In the inn, the woman's voice carried a trace of killing intent. After all, the Star Moon Holy Land's secret business was a secret. Once people found out that the Star Moon Holy Land was actually searching for children with special constitutions and robbing them of their special constitutions, the Star Moon Holy Land's reputation would immediately be tarnished. Chapter 844. Betrayal Within the Inn. A beautiful woman in her 30s walked out. She wore a veil, and when Li Guan saw this woman, an expression of infatuation could be seen on his face. Fairy Greenwood, I finally get to see you again. Li Guan, enough of this. Where's that Hu Yanqiao? Bring us there immediately. Sect Master has already given the order. Hu Yin-Chao must be killed. Fairy Qing Mu said coldly. There was a hint of disgust in her eyes. However, Li Guan did not mind at all. Clearly, he was used to the woman's cold attitude. He stood up and deliberately approached the woman. Fairy Qing Mu, it's fine if you hate me for betraying my friends. However, your Star Moon Holy Land has promised me that if I help you, you will bestow me with a special physique. Don't worry. As long as we capture Hu Yin-Chao and take back the Saint Bone, you can choose whatever special physique you want. The woman said confidently. After all, the Star Moon Holy Land had a mystical Star Moon demonic art. They could take away any special physique. This was also the most lucrative business of the Star Moon Holy Land. Li Guan knew this very well. It was precisely because he knew that the Star Moon Holy Land possessed a special constitution that he needed that could increase his strength that he decided to betray his friends for glory and betray Hu Yin-Chao without the slightest hesitation. Fairy, please follow me. That Hu Yin-Chao is now in the villa outside my city. Ha, those fools. They don't have any strength, yet they still want to participate in the sky-ranking sovereign battle. They really don't know how the word death is written. Li Guan's elegant face actually revealed a sharp, mocking expression. Fairy Qing Mu was even more disgusted when she saw this. She coldly urged, lead the way. They will never have the chance to offend my Star Moon Holy Land. Before she finished speaking, a cold, mocking voice suddenly sounded from the void. The opportunity is right in front of you. If you don't fight for it, how do you know that we won't have the chance? Who is it? The few Wujun from the Star Moon Holy Land were shocked. There was actually someone silently lurking in the void and eavesdropping on them. They actually did not discover it. The person who will kill you. Boom! The power of the sword was like a mountain, mercilessly pressing down. These few Wujun from the Star Moon Holy Land only saw a cold light flashing past their bodies. Their eyes were already wide open as the sword pierced through their foreheads, killing them instantly. How could that be? Fairy, save me. Li Guan screamed like a woman and hurriedly hid behind Fairy Green Wood to avoid the fate of being killed by the sword. Greenwood Power, towering tree. Seeing her subordinate killed in an instant, Fairy Greenwood's face flashed with anger. Suddenly, boundless with chi appeared from her body. Like a towering tree, it covered the sky and blocked the sword light. Spiritual Wood Body, Greenwood Force. Is this your Star Moon Holy Land's special constitution again? Whose special constitution was taken away and transferred to you? A cold and indifferent figure walked out from the void. This figure was none other than Yi Fei. Seeing the way Yi Fei appeared, Fairy Green would turn pale with fright. Void Steps? You're from the Shang clan? Our Star Moon Holy Land has nothing to do with the Shang clan. Why are you attacking us? Clearly, Fairy Greenwood had misunderstood after seeing Yi Fei use Void Steps. Li Guan, who was behind her, immediately recognized Yi Fei. He shouted in shock, It's him! It's him! He's Hu Yin-Chao's accomplice. His name is Yi Fei. He's not from the Shang clan. What? Yi Fei? You're Yi Fei. Fairy Green would seem to have thought of something. She looked at Yi Fei's face with incomparable shock. However, she quickly shook her head and thought, It seems that I'm overthinking. This person isn't him. Not knowing what Fairy Greenwood was thinking, Yi Fei said coldly, I've already said that I'm the person who will kill you. The Phoenix Blood Sword was merciless as it slashed towards the woman below. Ha! You're not the first person who wants to kill us and take revenge on our Star Moon Holy Land. You won't be the first, nor will you be the last. However, there's only one outcome for these people. They'll all be dead. Fairy Greenwood felt that Yi Fei was too arrogant. He was only at the earth-penetrating 3rd stage, yet he actually dared to attack her, an earth-penetrating 4th stage expert. You're clearly courting death. Then, I'll fulfill your wish. Heavenly Green Wood Flower. Boom! Fairy Green Wood Flower erupted with boundless spiritual wood aura. Coupled with her beautiful face, she was simply like a fairy from the forest, floating in the air. However, her attack was incomparably ruthless. The true energy all over her body condensed into a huge green canopy. It shattered the sword light and smashed towards Yi Fei's body. Yi Fei was as motionless as a mountain. He didn't even look at the falling canopy. Boundless purple flames had already condensed into his fists and suddenly rushed towards the sky. His fists formed two purple light pillars and instantly smashed the heavenly greenwood flower into pieces. How is this possible? Fairy Greenwood couldn't believe it. Yi Fei didn't even use his martial aura and actually shattered her. The strongest heavenly greenwood flower's aura was condensed into a canopy. However, the final victor will definitely be me. I have the earth-penetrating fourth stage and the heavenly greenwood spirit body. I can definitely defeat him. Take this, heavenly greenwood sword. Fairy Greenwood clenched her teeth. Her beautiful eyes suddenly revealed a ruthless light. Boundless wood spirit chi once again condensed into a terrifying wood spirit sword and slashed towards Yi Fei. This was also the terror of the heavenly green wood spirit body. Originally, Fairy Greenwood was only an ordinary disciple of the Star Moon Holy Land. Her only advantage was her beauty. It was also because of her beauty that she rose step by step in the Star Moon Holy Land. She took the initiative to do evil and even found a child with a heaven-defying physique. After making a great contribution, she obtained the heavenly greenwood spirit body as a reward. Fairy Greenwood was filled with confidence and pride in her current strength and achievements. However, in the next instant, the youth in the sky used ruthless facts to completely shatter her confidence. You dare to use your sword in front of me? I have to say, you are very laughable. Yi Fei's face was filled with ridicule and anger. He wanted nothing more than to immediately destroy the Star Moon Holy Land, the source of all evil. Even if his opponent was a woman, he wouldn't hold back in the slightest. Blazing purple flames ignited all over Yi Fei's body. He pushed the battle god's Tao to the limit. He stretched out two fingers and clamped the heavenly green wood sword between them. Heavenly Path Sword Cannon, using heaven and earth as a sword. Take this, heaven and earth slash. Boom! Boundless sword light erupted from Yi Fei's fingers and instantly swallowed Fairy Greenwood's spiritual sword. It also shattered the sky and tore the earth apart. The inn in front of them suddenly exploded, splitting into two halves. Li Guan also screamed miserably. One of his hands had only been grazed by the sword light, but that arm had already exploded. The pain caused him to scream crazily. Ah, Yi Fei, you will die a horrible death. You actually crippled one of my arms. Stop. Just as Li Guan was screaming miserably, another angry roar came from afar. It was Yin Xiao who had arrived at an unknown time. Behind him was Xia Jun, who had a bitter smile on his face. Big brother, Lao who discovered that you went out to follow him. I couldn't stop him. Chapter 845. It was actually him. What? My big brother colluded with the Star Moon Holy Land to harm you? Xia Jun was dumbfounded. What a vicious scholar. Not only did you betray your friend for glory, you even dare to make irresponsible remarks. Yi Fei was also unable to believe that this extremely refined Li Guan would actually have such a dark heart. Yi Fei simply put away his sword and no longer paid any attention to Fairy Qingmu. Instead, he looked at Li Guan's performance with ridicule. Fairy Qingmu also did not dare to move. When Yi Fei caught her Qingmu's sword with just 2 fingers, she had already given up all hope. Who exactly is he? He is only at the Earth Profound 3rd stage, yet he is able to erupt with the battle prowess of an Earth Profound 5th stage. How could our Holy Land offend such a genius who can fight above his level? Fairy Qingmu was extremely puzzled. Because the Star Moon Holy Land did things that could not be exposed, the people who carried out the operation would usually be investigated in advance when they captured children with special constitutions. For a genius like Yi Fei who could fight above his level, even though he was only at the absolute ground realm, he could be considered as someone with outstanding talent in the Central Province. The Holy Land was merely a low-tier power. How could they casually offend him? Fairy Qingmu was extremely puzzled. Hearing Li Guan's words, Hu Yin-Chao, who had rushed over, was even more puzzled. With a furious expression, he roared, "Liguan, what did you just say? Young Master Yi colluded with the Star Moon Holy Land to harm you? Are you sure what you said is true? I, Liguan, swear to the heavens that I am worse than a dog or a pig if I speak a single lie. Lao Hu, I am a scholar who has studied and is also your friend who has gone through life and death with you. Could it be that you still don't believe me? Kill him and avenge me." Liguan was lying on the ground as he roared crazily. However, a trace of cunning coldness flashed through his heart. Didn't Yi Fei cripple one of his arms? He wanted to instigate a fight between Hu Yin-Chao and Yi Fei. In any case, in Liguan's heart, Hu Yin-Chao was an impulsive blockhead. As the saying goes, no poison, no scholar. If he could instigate a fight between this blockhead and Yi Fei, Liguan would still have a chance to escape. What? This guy, surnamed Li, actually wants Lao Hu to fight with Big Brother? Xia Jun was so angry that he started laughing. Yi Fei did not say anything and continued watching Liguan's performance. Liguan faintly felt that something was wrong, but when he thought about how he and Hu Yin-Chao were sworn friends who had gone through life and death together, while Yi Fei and Hu Yin-Chao were only acquaintances who had met in the outer sea, he was unwilling to accept this. Seeing that Hu Yin-Chao wasn't willing to make a move, he immediately roared with resentment. Hu Yin-Chao finally laughed. It was a laugh of anger and also a bitter laugh. Ha ha ha! Liguan, screw your life and death friendship. You offended someone at sea, and I saved you. Is this how you repay me? Not only did you betray me, you even dared to instigate a fight between me and young Master Yi. No, I didn't instigate anything. This is the truth. Liguan was shocked. He felt that there was something wrong with this blockhead Hu Yin-Chao. Liguan subconsciously wanted to retreat. Hu Yin-Chao's tall figure had already rushed in front of Liguan. He gave him a heavy slap, like a clap of thunder. Liguan's teeth flew out and scattered all over the ground. You dog! Of all the people you could provoke, you just had to provoke young Master Yi. Don't you know that young Master Yi's sister was also captured by the Star Moon Holy Land? Pa! One slap was not enough. Hu Yin-Chao turned around and slapped Liguan again. This time, a layer of skin was removed from Liguan's refined face. Liguan was completely stupefied. What? He also has relatives that were captured and brought to the Star Moon Holy Land? No wonder my instigation failed. Impossible. Our Holy Land wouldn't offend a genius like you. Why would we capture your sister? You must have made a mistake. What's your sister's name? Fairy Qingmu couldn't help but interrupt. My sister's name is Yi Shanshan. Yi Fei coldly stared at the woman before him. What? Yi Shanshan? That's impossible. How could your sister be Yi Shanshan? You're actually the Yi Fei, the youth from Black Rock City back then. Fairy Qingmu looked at Yi Fei in shock. She simply couldn't believe that the youth she had disdained and treated as an ant back then had grown to such an extent in just a short 10 years. He had even come to the Central Province and found the Star Moon Holy Land. Hearing these words, Yi Fei was also shocked. You actually know about Black Rock City? From your tone, you seem to have seen me before. So that's how it is. You were the one who took my sister away back then? Boom! A terrifying killing intent was released from Yi Fei's body like a hurricane. He malevolently stared at the woman before him and coldly said, "Very well. Back then, you looked down on me, deceived me, and took advantage of my family Yez crisis to take my sister away. Did you ever think that there would be a day like this?" Step by step, Yi Fei was like a war demon, like an Azura as he slowly approached Fairy Qingmu. Every time he took a step forward, the muscles on his face would tremble. In the end, Yi Fei had already removed the heaven and earth transformation secret technique and returned to his original delicate and pretty appearance. When Fairy Qingmu saw Yi Fei again, she immediately thought of him as the frail youth she had seen from afar in the Black Rock mountain range. It's him. It's really him. But how is this possible? Back then, he was only a 10th grade Huang-ranked frail youth, the infamous trash of Black Rock City. How could he reach this step? How could he become so strong? As Fairy Qingmu spoke, She continuously retreated. Her face was filled with shock and despair. Even if she was beaten to death, she couldn't believe that the youth she had once disdained and treated as an ant would now become such a terrifyingly powerful youth. She also couldn't believe that the frail youth who had been ridiculed and called trash by the entire city would have such great perseverance and willpower. He really chased after the clues she left behind and came to the central province step by step. What kind of courage was this? What kind of craziness was this? So what if you came to the central province? I admit that I misjudged you back then. However, don't forget that this is the central province. Our Star Moon Holy Land is at the bottom of the central province. In other regions, we are the absolute overlords. In front of our holy land, you are still as weak as an ant. You won't succeed. Fairy Qingmu took a deep breath and forced herself to calm down. She even attempted to use the Star Moon Holy Land to pressure Yifei. Yifei lightly smiled. His expression was extremely serious. The current me is indeed very weak. Perhaps I can only be an ant forever. However, even ants can grow. No matter how weak they can still become strong. Whether I can succeed or not, it's not up to you. It's also not up to others to say it. It's up to me to say it. If I say that I want to find my sister, then I will definitely find her. If I say that I want to destroy the Star Moon Holy Land, then I will definitely destroy it. If 10 years isn't enough, then 100 years. If 100 years isn't enough, then 500 years. Madman, you've really gone mad. Fairy Qingmu shrieked in fright. Yifei actually dared to use his entire life just to destroy a holy land. She couldn't understand, but she could feel the fear that came from the depths of her heart. Ah. Chapter 846. Cold Ice Bloodline. Spare me, brother who? We are brothers. I really didn't want to betray you. It was the Star Moon Holy Land. They forced me to betray you. Under Hu Yinshao's mechanical and angry continuous slaps, a layer of skin was peeled off from Li Guan's elegant face. His face was covered in blood, and it looked very scary. Hu Yinshao still didn't let Li Guan go. Even thieves have their own morals. Li Guan, I treated you as my life and death brother. It's fine if you betray me, but you actually wanted to sow discord between me and young Master Yi. Let me ask you, why did you betray me? Tell me the truth. Boom! Because he was too angry. Hu Yinshao impulsively pulled out the Linglong Saint Blade and was about to cut Li Guan's flesh. This time, Li Guan was really frightened. However, he still clenched his teeth and insisted that it was the Star Moon Holy Land who forced him to betray Hu Yinshao. Yifei didn't really believe Li Guan's words. He pointed at the badly mutilated Li Guan kneeling on the ground, and then at Fairy Qingmu. He coldly ordered, "You tell me, did you force him to betray you? Bah, do we need to force someone like him? When we discovered that Hu Yinshao stole the sacred bone, we chased him all the way here. This Li Guan took the initiative to come and inform us. If it wasn't for Hu Yinshao leaving first, how could he have escaped to the outer sea? Even if Fairy Qingmu was filled with fear towards Yifei, it couldn't stop her from loathing towards Li Guan. Hearing this, Hu Yinshao was even more furious. He roared, "Li Guan, you're still lying to me. What have I done wrong to you? I treated you as my life and death brother. Even your life was saved by me. Why did you betray me? Tell me the truth." PFFF. Hu Yinshao was so angry that he kept roaring. He was really too angry and had completely given up on Li Guan. He raised the Saint Blade in his hand and chopped off Li Guan's remaining arm. Li Guan's wail immediately turned into the coldest resentment. "Hu Yinshao, you heartless person. So what if you saved me? Who cares about you saving me? You said you treat me as a brother. Back then, you stole so many saint bones from the Star Moon Holy Land. Why didn't you give me a single one? You clearly know that I don't have much lifespan left. Having a saint bone can extend my lifespan. Why didn't you give me a single saint bone? Is this considered treating me as a brother?" Knowing that it was impossible for him to continue denying it, Li Guan finally gave in and spoke the deepest voice in his heart. Yifei also sighed. From their conversation, he finally understood why Li Guan betrayed Hu Yinshao. Everything was caused by the sacred bone. When Li Guan learned that Hu Yinchao had stolen a large number of saint bones from the Holy Land and had no intention of sharing them with him, his intense jealousy and anger finally led Li Guan onto a path of no return. Seeing that Hu Yinchao didn't say anything, Li Guan laughed sinisterly and scolded, "Hu Yinchao, why aren't you saying anything? Back then, you obtained so many saint bones, and you were unwilling to share them with your brother. What's wrong with me betraying you? Since I can't have them, I won't let you have them either." Ha 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 ha! Li Guan scolded and laughed at the same time. He had completely fallen into madness. This person is finished. Yi Fei sighed. Jealousy had completely warped this person's temperament. Sigh, Li Guan, I didn't expect our brotherhood to be less important than a few saint bones. You should know that those saint bones have the special mark of the Star Moon Holy Land on them. If I give them to you, the Star Moon Holy Land will immediately find you and kill you. Otherwise, why do you think I took the risk to go to the Xiexio Sea to sell these saint bones? Two streams of hot tears suddenly rolled down Hu Yinchao's eyes. I originally wanted to share half of the spirit stones with you after I sold the saint bones. That could be considered as fulfilling our brotherhood. It seems that I was wrong. I shouldn't have saved you back then. I shouldn't have treated you as my brother. Li Guan's crazy laughter suddenly stopped. He widened his eyes and looked at Hu Yinchao in disbelief. What did you say? You want to share half of the spirit stones with me? You don't want to give me the saint bones. It's not that you want to keep them for yourself. It's just that there's the mark of the Star Moon Holy Land on them. Lao Hua. His words came to an abrupt halt. The Linglong Saint Blade had already pierced through his head. Li Guan's eyes widened as he stared at Hu Yinchao. There was fear in his eyes, but there was even more regret and shock. Shut up. You're not worthy to be my brother. Hu Yinchao put away the Linglong Saint Blade. He didn't even look at Li Guan's fallen body as he turned around and left. Yi Fei hurriedly glanced at Xia Jun. Hu Yinchao had an impulsive temperament. He didn't want anything to happen to Hu Yinchao. Xia Jun nodded and followed Hu Yinchao without saying a word. In the end, only Yi Fei and the pale-faced fairy Qing Mu were left in the inn. Especially after seeing Li Guan's corpse, this woman's entire body began to tremble. She no longer had the aura of a fairy. Yi Fei looked at her coldly and said, "Every step we cultivators take is filled with countless corpses. Just this little bit of blood is enough to scare you to this extent. So what if you have a special physique? Even if you have a special bloodline, you're still trash." Hearing these words, Fairy Qing Mu was both embarrassed and angry. 10 years ago, Yi Fei was even inferior to an ant in her eyes. She even disdained to speak to Yi Fei. However, 10 years later, the same youth stood before her. That invincible battle posture of his was something she didn't even have the qualifications to look up to. It doesn't matter if you believe it or not. Back then, I deceived family Yi. However, I still save her life. Fairy Qing Mu said pitifully, "Shut up. You brought my sister into a fiery pit and want to strip her of her special physique. You actually have the nerve to say that you save her life?" Yi Fei looked at this peerlessly beautiful woman. He didn't feel any pity in his heart. Instead, he wished he could slap her face. Under his furious killing intent, the inn they were in was completely turned into ruins. Fairy Qing Mu's entire body trembled as she looked at this scene. "Speak. How has my sister been in the Holy Land all these years? When you plan to strip her of her special physique?" After his anger, Yi Fei forced himself to calm down. He needed to gain a better understanding of the Star Moon Holy Land through this woman, especially his sister's situation. Fairy Qing Mu was startled. "Why would I harm Shan Shan? I was the one who brought her into the Holy Land. The Star Moon Devil Art can only strip her of her special physique. Could it be that you don't know that Shan Shan possesses the extremely rare ice bloodline?" "What did you say? Shan Shan possesses a special bloodline?" Yi Fei's heart shook violently. In the Martial Heaven continent, special physiques were very common. However, special bloodlines were extremely rare. However, once a cultivator possessed a special bloodline, they were destined to be extraordinary. If such a cultivator possessed great karmic luck, they would be a standard emperor-level cultivator. Every cultivator with a special bloodline would definitely stand at the peak of the martial path. Even cultivators with special physiques were innately inferior to them. Yifei had never imagined that what his sister possessed wasn't the nine heavens ice physique that he had always assumed. Instead, it was the even more terrifying ice bloodline. He was both happy and worried. Chapter 847. Interrogation. As he spoke, Yifei's eyes were fixed on the woman in front of him. His eyes were cold and calm. They did not seem like the eyes of a youth, but more like the eyes of an enraged dragon staring at a tiny prey. Fairy Greenwood's body began to tremble even more violently. Under the invisible pressure released by Yifei, her last bit of persistence, her last bit of pride, vanished like smoke. Yifei, believe it or not, because Shanshan has a special bloodline, not only did the Star Moon Holy Land not harm her, they even spent a great deal of effort to nurture her. Fairy Qingmu looked at Yifei with a pitiful expression. She was a peerless beauty. If it was any other youth who saw her like this, they would be infatuated and lose their minds. The corners of Yifei's mouth curled into a sneer. It seems that you are not willing to accept this. You are also somewhat loyal to the Holy Land. Even if I ask you again, you will not reveal anything to me. Yifei, I admit that you are very strong and very talented. However, with your strength alone, it is impossible to resist the strength of the entire Star Moon Holy Land. If I betray the Holy Land now, I will die. After that, Fairy Qingmu became silent. She admitted that she had misjudged Yifei. However, she did not believe that Yifei had the strength to destroy the Holy Land. At most, it was just the impulse of a youth. How could Yifei not understand the meaning of this woman's words? He could not help but sneer. It seems that in your eyes, I'm still that weak ant from 10 years ago. Do you think that I was just being impulsive? Let me tell you, the moment you took my sister away, I swore that one day I would definitely step into the Star Moon Holy Land. For this goal, I have cultivated bitterly for almost 10 years. Finally, I have reached where I am today. I have a habit. If I say something, I will definitely do it. Fairy Qingmu still did not speak. However, a trace of disdain gradually appeared on the corners of her mouth. She was also one of the upper echelons of the Holy Land. She knew better than Yifei how powerful the Star Moon Holy Land was. Yifei didn't continue to persuade him. He just used his true essence to cut open space and quickly built a spatial secret realm in this ruined inn. What? You finally can't hold it in anymore and want to torture me? You can do whatever you want with my body, but it's impossible for me to tell you the secret of the Holy Land. An ant can't turn into a real dragon. Your achievements today are just a bit of dog shit luck. Compared to the Holy Land, you're just a bigger piece of dog shit. Fairy Greenwood's face was filled with mockery. She no longer looked as weak and pitiful as before. That was just a disguise she used to deceive her enemies. Yifei couldn't help but sigh. After all, you've been in the Holy Land for so many years. You've captured so many children with special constitutions and indirectly caused the deaths of so many people. I should have known that I shouldn't have any expectations of you. Your nature is already twisted. You're just like that Liguan. Not only is my mind twisted, my body is even more twisted. Fairy Green would suddenly move closer to Yifei. When she saw Yifei open a spatial secret realm, she thought she had grasped Yifei's mentality. Yifei's eyes flashed with undetectable anger. Kneel. What? Can't wait? Do you want my body? Fairy Greenwood's beautiful face flashed with a hint of seduction, but her eyes were filled with mockery. But soon, her mockery turned into fear. Yifei's finger had already pierced her forehead. Strangely, she didn't feel any pain, nor did she die. Only her soul emitted a tearing pain. This was a secret technique recorded in the Devil Emperor scripture. It was called soul capture. Back then, the Devil Emperor had used this secret technique to control Feng Xinyang in the Devil's Ceiling Pagoda and made her Yifei's slave. After the Devil Emperor left, Feng Xinyang was the old mansion master's old lover. Yifei naturally didn't want Feng Xinyang to continue being controlled. So, He learned this secret technique to free Feng Xinyang. Soul capture is a vicious secret technique of the devil path. Originally, I didn't want to use it, but since you forced me, don't blame me. Yi Fei's finger released a pitch-black demonic light. He pointed it at Fairy Greenwood's forehead again. Her soul fragment had already turned into a stream of light and fell into Yi Fei's palm. Then, Yi Fei squeezed hard. Fairy Greenwood let out a painful scream. She looked at Yi Fei in horror. Her eyes were filled with fear from the bottom of her heart. What did you do to me? You actually tore apart a strand of my soul. Yi Fei was too lazy to say anything. Since Fairy Greenwood wasn't willing to sell information about the Star Moon Holy Land, it was the same for him to obtain it from her mind. Speak. What's the situation with my sister in the Holy Land? Yi Fei asked again. Fairy Greenwood only sneered. She understood that she couldn't tempt Yi Fei to free himself. So, she decided to remain silent until the end. So that's how it is. The Holy Land attaches great importance to my sister. You don't plan to harm my sister. Instead, you plan to use her special bloodline to befriend a major power and obtain the opportunity to enter the Martial Emperor's secret realm. Very good. This is what you meant by not harming her. Yi Fei sensed Fairy Greenwood's inner thoughts. His eyes were spewing flames. Fairy Greenwood also looked at Yi Fei with incomparable shock. This was the Holy Land's top secret. How did he know about it? Speak. How many experts does the Star Moon Holy Land have? How strong are they? Yi Fei continued to ask coldly. Fairy Greenwood remained silent. Her face was still filled with ridicule. However, she couldn't help but think about this question in her heart. Yi Fei also discovered that the secret technique researched by the Demon Emperor was very powerful. Soon, he understood Fairy Greenwood's inner thoughts. So that's how it is. The Star Moon Holy Land is divided into inner and outer parts. The cultivators you recruit from the outer part are just cannon fodder and decoration. Only the inner part, the Qing family, is the core organization of the Star Moon Holy Land. The so-called Holy Land is just a cover. You belong to the Qing family. Damn it, I didn't expect the Qing family to have several hundred Wu Juns and over 90 absolute Earth Supreme experts. The patriarch of the Qing family isn't at absolute Earth 7th layer, like Hu Yanqiao found out. Instead, he is at absolute Earth 9th layer. Yi Fei's complexion became completely solemn. With his strength, he could even fight against an absolute Earth 5th layer expert. However, if he wanted to fight against an absolute Earth 9th layer expert, he would be like a mantis trying to stop a chariot. Yi Fei immediately sank into deep thought. His words also caused Fairy Greenwood to reveal an extremely terrified expression. How do you know everything? What did you do to me? How do you know what I'm thinking? This strange scene caused the ridicule on Fairy Greenwood's face to turn into deep fear. She suddenly felt incomparably regretful. When she took away Yi Shanshan, she didn't take the opportunity to destroy the family Yi or kill Yi Fei. Perhaps it was because of this negligence that she brought an incomparably huge disaster to the Star Moon Holy Land and the Qing family behind the scenes. Yi Fei looked at her terrified expression and lightly shook his head. Don't worry, I'm only temporarily controlling a part of your soul. I won't kill you because your life and death will be decided by my sister. Come with me. From now on, you are my slave. Chapter 848. Sneaking into the Holy Land, however, Yi Fei did not care about her at all. The secret technique recorded in the Devil Emperor scripture was extremely terrifying. As long as Yi Fei controlled a trace of Fairy Qing Mu's soul, she would never be able to think of resisting. That's right, from now on, you can no longer be called Fairy Qing Mu. Although you are beautiful on the outside, your heart is already filled with ugliness. In the future, you will be called Ah Cho. Yi Fei instructed indifferently before walking out. These words immediately caused Fairy Qing Mu's expression to become ugly. In any case, she was also an exceptional beauty. It was one thing for Yi Fei to not be tempted by her, but he actually gave her such an ugly name. You will not succeed. Even if you use evil techniques to control me, you will still not be able to defeat the Star Moon Holy Land, much less our Qing family. Fairy Qing Mu helplessly followed behind. She was unable to resist Yi Fei's orders. She also did not believe that Yi Fei could defeat the powerful Holy Land by himself. Li Guan's villa. Xia Jun and Hu Yinxiao were drinking to their heart's content. Of course, it was mainly Hu Yinxiao who was drinking. Xia Jun had a bitter smile on his face as he accompanied Hu Yinxiao. Lao Hu, drink slower. If you continue drinking like this, don't get drunk and go crazy, Xia Jun somewhat worriedly reminded Hu Yinxiao. The wine that Hu Yinxiao was drinking was not ordinary. These are all spiritual wines. An ordinary person would be drunk to death after drinking a mouthful of it. Even an almighty expert would be completely drunk after drinking too much of it. Drink, drink, drink when there's wine today. I, Hu Yinxiao, have eyes but failed to see. I have eyes but failed to see. Hu Yinxiao scolded angrily and blamed himself as he drank. Obviously, Li Guan's betrayal was a huge blow to him. Xia Jun didn't know how to persuade him. He could only pray silently. Big brother, come back quickly. If Lao Hu gets drunk and goes crazy, I can't stop him. Xia Jun's worries were not unfounded. Hu Yinxiao's personality was rather impulsive. Just now, when he was drunk, he even threatened to kill his way to the Star Moon Holy Land to avenge his dead son. If he did that, only death awaited him. Fortunately, not long after, Yi Fei returned with Fairy Greenwood. Seeing that Yi Fei didn't kill this woman but brought her back, Hu Yinxiao's eyes instantly turned blood red. Young Master Yi, why don't you kill her? I want to kill her and avenge my son. Hu Yinxiao stood up in a drunken state. He raised the Linglong Saint Blade and was about to charge over. Seeing Hu Yinxiao's appearance, Yi Fei also sighed. He understood that the betrayal of his good brother was a huge blow to Hu Yinxiao. Hu Yinxiao, now is not the time for you to drown your sorrows in alcohol. If you want to be dispirited, wait until we destroy the Star Moon Holy Land. You could do whatever you want. I won't interfere. But now, you have to raise your spirits. You can't kill this woman for the time being. Yi Fei walked over and suddenly slapped his palm on Hu Yinxiao's chest. Vigorous true energy quickly forced out all the alcohol from Hu Yinxiao's body. Big brother, why can't I kill her? These people from a Star Moon Holy Land are heartless. Look at what they've done to Lao Hu. Xia Jun looked at the woman with some anger. Yi Fei and Hu Yinxiao, who was already sober, were surprised. What was wrong with this guy? Wasn't he always very immoral when it came to beautiful women? Don't look at me like that. I, Xia Jun, do like beautiful women. But she's already too old, Xia Jun said in a deadpan manner. Hu Yinxiao sobered up and nodded. Indeed, we shouldn't kill her now. We still need to interrogate her and force out information about the Star Moon Holy Land. There's no need to force her. I've already used a secret technique to control her. I already know the situation of the Star Moon Holy Land. Yi Fei told them the information he had obtained. Hu Yinxiao and Xia Jun were shocked. What? The Star Moon Holy Land is backed by the Qing family? The Qing family has more than 90 almighty experts. Isn't the Holy Land a weak force in the central state? How can they have so many experts? Xia Jun was shocked. This force was simply unimaginable in the outer sea. Hu Yinxiao sneered. How is it impossible? How many children with special constitutions have the Star Moon Holy Land captured over the years? As long as the special constitutions of these children are transferred to them, they can naturally cultivate a large number of experts. Am I right, Fairy Qingmu? Xia Jun was also shocked. Her special constitution was actually snatched from others? The Central State's waters are really deep. Big brother, what should we do now? Xia Jun and Hu Yinxiao looked at Yi Fei expectantly. Fairy Qingmu's face was full of ridicule. Just the three of you want to take revenge on my Qing family? You really don't know what it means to overestimate yourself. Yi Fei looked at her indifferently and sneered. You'll know who overestimates themselves soon. Xia Jun, you stay here and wait for news. Lao Hu, don't you want revenge? Let's sneak into the Star Moon Holy Land now and turn it upside down. Are you crazy? Fairy Qingmu was in disbelief. After knowing how powerful the Star Moon Holy Land was, Yi Fei still dared to kill his way in? That's right, we're crazy. When you were heartless and capture our loved ones, we were already crazy, Hu Yanchao said with red eyes. Big brother, you have to count me in, Xia Jun said. Little Xia, you have guts. Then I'll count you in, Hu Yanchao said happily. When his son died, his heart also died. Yi Fei was speechless. They were going to risk their lives, but the two of them suddenly became good brothers. However, since Xia Jun insisted, if he refused, he would be letting them down. All right, let's go together. However, you must not be too far away from me. If the situation is not right, I can bring you along and run. Thinking that there was nothing to entrust, Yi Fei turned his head and looked at Fairy Qingmu coldly. Acho, bring us into the Star Moon Holy Land now. I want to see my sister as soon as possible. Acho. Hu Yanchao and Xia Jun had strange expressions. They felt that Yi Fei's naming was really terrible. Fairy Qingmu was so angry that her face was slightly distorted. However, under Yi Fei's sole control, she couldn't resist Yi Fei's orders at all. She could only turn around and walk out with a livid face. Since you want to die, I'll fulfill your wish. Follow me. She rushed into the sky at a very fast speed. About 10 days later, 4 figures suddenly appeared outside Full Moon City. Needless to say, these 4 figures were naturally Yi Fei and the other 2, as well as the captured Fairy Qingmu. Hu Yanchao pointed ahead with hatred and said, Young Master Yi, Full Moon City is already under the influence of the Star Moon Holy Land. After passing through this city, 50 miles ahead is the entrance to the small world of the Star Moon Holy Land. We must be careful. Don't worry, with Acho here, we will definitely be able to sneak in successfully. Acho, quickly lead the way. Don't forget my instructions on the way, Yi Fei urged. Fairy Qingmu didn't say anything. Instead, she continued to lead the way with a face full of resentment. In fact, she was more eager to return to the Star Moon Holy Land than Yi Fei and the other 2. Then, she could personally see how Yi Fei died. Stop! This is the Star Moon Holy Land. Outsiders are not allowed to approach. Before they got close to the Holy Land, there were already cultivators from the Holy Land blocking their way. Chapter 849. Killing in anger after that, Xia Jun and Hu Yanchao stared at Fairy Qingmu. Even though Yi Fei had already used a secret technique to control her, they were still somewhat vigilant. Yi Fei's expression was indifferent. He looked at the dozens of cultivators from the Star Moon Holy Land who had heard the news and inadvertently glanced at Fairy Qingmu. Fairy Qingmu's body trembled. She really wanted to expose Yi Fei's identity right now. However, she was helpless. A trace of her soul was still in Yi Fei's control. The more evil one committed, the more one feared death in the end. All of you scram. Don't you even recognize me? Fairy Qingmu took a step forward, raised her head, and removed her veil. The dozens of martial artists who saw her beautiful face were all dumbfounded. After all, those who could be recruited by the Star Moon Holy Land were not good people. The dozens of cultivators' attitude immediately changed. They walked over to curry favor and took the opportunity to get closer to the beauty. So Fairy has returned. These people are... There are Holy Land's distinguished guests. I will bring them to see the Holy Master. You all can leave, Fairy Qingmu said. After all, she was a higher-up of the Holy Land and a direct descendant of the Qing family. Once she spoke, even if the surrounding cultivators were a little skeptical, they immediately relaxed. Yi Fei and the other 2 also smoothly entered the pocket dimension. The spirit qi of the Star Moon Holy Land's pocket dimension was very abundant. The moment Yi Fei entered, he felt several tyrannical auras from the depths of the pocket dimension enveloping the entire Holy Land. Oomph! The Patriarch's strength is about to break through to the earth-penetrating 10th layer. It's not too late for you to surrender now. Fairy Qingmu sneered. Even if she could not resist Yi Fei, she still despised Yi Fei in her heart. Yi Fei was too lazy to bicker with this woman. He ordered indifferently, Now, bring me to my sister. Stop playing tricks. Hu Yanchao and Xia Jun's expressions were very grave. especially when they found out that the strength of the Qing clan's clan head was nearing earth-penetrating tenfold layer. They became even more worried. If we're discovered, the three of us won't even be enough for them to slap us down. Xia Jun was a little scared. Hu Yanqiao did not laugh at him. In fact, it was normal for a low-level martial artist to be timid when facing a high-level martial artist. After all, it was a pressure that came from the depths of one's soul. Yi Fei was also very understanding. If it were not for the fact that he needed to save his younger sister, he would not have taken the risk to infiltrate the Star Moon Holy Land so quickly. Don't worry, I still have a trump card. Even Earth-shattering 10th layer won't be able to do anything to us. Yi Fei comforted the two. Hu Yanqiao also pointed at the surroundings and introduced it to Yi Fei. Young Master Yi, take a look. The Star Moon Holy Land's pocket world is divided into two parts, the inner and outer parts. The outer part is where the cultivators from the outer regions cultivate. I once lived here. The inner part is where the Qing family resides. There are also many experts inside. Back then, I took the risk to kill a high-level disciple of the Qing family to disguise myself. Only then was I lucky enough to sneak in. It seems that ever since you sneaked in, the Qing family's defenses have increased a lot. Yi Fei narrowed his eyes and stared into the distance. With Fairy Qing Mu as a shield, the three of them were unimpeded. However, when they arrived at the Qing family's location, over a dozen Qing family disciples suddenly flew over. All of them had greasy hair and powdered faces. With one look, one could tell that they were ignorant and incompetent young masters. However, all of them had very strong constitutions. All of them had unique constitutions. Furthermore, all of them were of the very rare type. Without needing to guess, Yi Fei knew where their unique constitutions came from. When Hu Yanqiao saw one of the Qing family disciples and sensed the familiar aura emitted from his body, his eyes instantly turned red. Ah, that's my son's body of fire. So the unique constitution that was taken away from him was actually transferred to your body. Boom! Hu Yanqiao instantly went crazy. There were no signs that he would go crazy. Yi Fei and Xia Jun's expressions changed. They never expected that one of the young men who flew over was coincidentally Hu Yanqiao's mortal enemy. Big brother, what should we do? Xia Jun was a little flustered. What else can we do? Since they're here, let's wash this filthy sacred ground with blood. Yi Fei also did not expect that Hu Yanqiao's personality would be so impulsive. However, he understood Hu Yanqiao's impulsiveness very well. The enemy who killed his son was right in front of him. If it were him, he would also go crazy immediately. Fortunately, the group of Qing family disciples who flew over were not very strong. They were only Wu Jun's first or second tier. Without waiting for Hu Yanqiao to make a move, Yi Fei fiercely released his sword force. The resplendent sword light instantly shone so brightly that the group of Qing family disciples who flew over could not open their eyes. Then they felt a pain in their necks and their heads rolled to the ground. You actually killed the great elder's son. Fairy Qing Mu was completely shocked. She originally thought that Yi Fei was secretly lurking and would leave after saving her sister. Who would have thought that Yi Fei would start a massacre the moment he came in? Kill, kill, kill you. You took away my son's special body constitution. You even took his life. My poor child. Hu Yanqiao howled in grief as he crazily tore apart the corpse of his mortal enemy. Then, Hu Yanqiao suddenly stood up. He looked at Yi Fei and Xia Jun with an apologetic and relieved expression. Young Master Yi, young Master Xia, allow Hu, don't say any more. The hatred of your son's death is absolutely irreconcilable. We can understand your impulsiveness. Yi Fei sighed. Now is not the time to blame Hu Yanqiao. In any case, after finding his sister, Yi Fei planned to wash the Star Moon Holy Land with blood to vent the anger in his heart. He did not care about the corpse on the ground. Yi Fei only urged Fairy Qing Mu, hurry up and bring me to my sister's residence. Qing Mu, there seems to be the sound of fighting here. What happened? The Star Moon Holy Land's reaction was very fast. The battle had just started here, when more than 10 Wu Jun Stage 7 or Stage 8 experts of the Star Moon Holy Land rushed over from afar. When she saw the disciples of the Qing clan flying over, Fairy Qing Mu immediately became anxious. Just when she wanted to open her mouth to shout, she realized that she was unable to open her mouth. Don't forget that a trace of your soul is still in my hands. Without my order, you don't even have the right to die. How can you talk about betrayal? Boom! Another sword chi swept over. Before the powerful Wu Jun experts who rushed over could understand what was going on, their heads were already separated from their bodies. In the following period of time, Yi Fei did not hold back. As long as he saw someone from the Star Moon Holy Land, he would directly slash his sword and kill as many as he could. Wherever the three of them passed, the ground was quickly filled with the broken corpses of the Qing family disciples. Fairy Qing Mu was thoroughly shocked. She never thought that after their whereabouts were exposed, the first thing Yi Fei did was not to run away. Instead, he directly launched a merciless bloodbath on the Star Moon Holy Land. Maybe I really shouldn't have captured his sister back then. However, it is impossible for him to defeat the experts of our Qing family by himself. Boom! As she muttered to herself in Yi Fei's bloody massacre, the almighty experts of the Qing family were finally alarmed. What's going on? This is the forbidden area of our Qing family. Who dares to fight here for no reason? No, this is not a battle. It is an enemy attack. A spy has infiltrated our Star Moon Holy Land and is wantonly slaughtering our Qing family disciples. Chapter 850. Bathing the Holy Land in blood, hearing the roar from the sky above the pocket world. The Qing family disciples who were alarmed were all stunned. Then, their expressions turned violent. What? Who has the guts to break into our Star Moon Holy Land and kill people? You don't know what's good for you. Find that person and tear him to pieces. Immediately close the pocket world and search it thoroughly. Even if you have to dig 3 feet in the ground, you must find the enemy and kill him. In the sky, the furious roars of the earth-shattering almighty expert could be heard. At the same time, waves of divine sense frantically searched the pocket world for suspicious figures. But of course, they couldn't find him because Fairy Qing Mu was standing beside Yi Fei. As long as she acted as a shield, Yi Fei and the other two pretended to be followers and followed behind them. Unless they encountered the Qing family disciples, those divine senses wouldn't suspect them at all. Young Master Yi, you're brilliant. You actually thought of such a method to avoid the divine senses. On the other hand, I was too impulsive. Hu Yanchao's face was filled with shame. If he hadn't been too impulsive, he wouldn't have alarmed the Holy Land. However, the enemy who killed his son was right in front of him. If he hadn't been impulsive, it would have been very difficult for him to take revenge in the future. Now that he had taken revenge, Hu Yanchao suggested helplessly, "Young Master Yi, it's all my fault. If I hadn't rushed out and attracted the attention of the Holy Land's experts, you would have taken the opportunity to escape. No, Lao Hu, you were too impulsive. If you went out, you would have died. Not only would you not be able to cover us, you would have exposed us even faster. Big brother, why don't you ignore us and save your sister and quickly leave?" Xia Jun also suggested. Yi Fei sighed. Although Lao Hu's impulsiveness disrupted my plan, since I dared to come in, I didn't let you follow me to your deaths. Acho, listen carefully. Take Xia Jun and Hu Yanchao with you now and save my sister. As for those people outside, I will personally kill them one by one. Yi Fei's tone suddenly revealed a trace of coldness. His words also shocked Xia Jun and Hu Yanchao. Yi Fei actually wanted to go out alone to attract the firepower? You won't succeed. The more you try to be a hero, the faster you'll die. Let me go and surrender now. For the sake of your sister, we can still spare your life. From her point of view, the moment Yi Fei decided to step into the Star Moon Holy Land, he was already a dead man. No matter how strong an ant is, how can it move a mountain? No matter how much of a genius you are, how are you going to stand a chance against 90 earth-shattering great beings and the earth-shattering ninth-layer clan leader? Fairy Greenwood sneered, but after receiving Yi Fei's order, she did not resist. She turned around and led Xia Jun and Hu Yinchao forward. It was only after the three of them left that a confident smile flashed across Yi Fei's face. He shook his head and said, "It looks like no one thinks highly of me. Since that's the case, I'll open your eyes." Boom! Yi Fei stood where he was. Suddenly, a terrifying killing intent gushed out like a hurricane. Without Qing Mu, a disciple of the Qing clan, to protect them, the hundreds of divine senses in the sky finally discovered Yi Fei's presence. Damn it, he's actually hiding in our Qing family. You're still not leaving after killing people? One arrogant kid. What's your name? Why did you sneak into our holy land and kill people? More than 10 earth-shattering great beings rushed over with boundless anger. Hearing their words, Yi Fei was completely enraged. He roared loudly, "Why did you kill people? Why did you go around capturing children with special constitutions? Yesterday's cause is today's effect." One with the sword. Boom! Yi Fei suddenly flew into a rage. In the sky, a huge sword light suddenly appeared, shattering the sky and tearing the earth apart. Countless Qing family disciples rushed over after hearing the news. They were shocked to see the sword light in the sky tearing apart the bodies of the earth, shattering great beings. How is this possible? With just one sword, more than 10 earth-shattering great beings of our Qing family were all killed in an instant. Stop! Kid, how dare you kill the experts of our Qing family like this? Do you know the price we paid in order to nurture them? Die for me. Boom! 10,000 meters in the sky, a tyrannical and terrifying figure suddenly appeared. A sword light actually tore through the space of 10,000 meters and slashed towards Yi Fei. Another one who doesn't know his own strength and wants to take revenge. Family head, it seems like your methods aren't ruthless enough. I've said it before. If you discover any children with special constitutions in the future, don't hesitate to capture them. You also have to exterminate the entire family of that child. Only then can you eliminate any future trouble. Another sinister aura appeared in the distance. It was a middle-aged man with a gloomy face with a scar on his face. He stared at Yi Fei as if he was staring at an irreconcilable enemy. "How dare you kill my son? I'll take your life." This person was the great elder of the Qing family. Just now, when Yi Fei killed the first batch of Qing family disciples, one of them was his son. The great elder was instantly enraged. Just like the Qing family head, the great elder also slashed out a terrifying sword light towards Yi Fei from 10,000 meters away. The two sword lights joined together, causing the entire small world to shake violently. At the same time, a great pressure of heaven and earth covered the entire sky and pressed down on Yi Fei. This caused the experts of the Qing family to cheer. This is great. The family head and great elder are attacking together. No matter who this person is, he will definitely die. Great elder is right. In the future, when we go out to search for people with special constitutions, we must capture them. As for their families, we must eliminate them completely. These experts of the Qing family didn't attack. Instead, they gathered together and hatefully discussed. When they saw that Yi Fei had killed more than 10 of their experts in one go, the experts of the Qing family were even more furious. However, no one attacked Yi Fei. In their opinion, no matter how strong a little kid at earth-shattering stage 3 was, under the joint attack of the family head and great elder, Yi Fei would be a dead man. It was also because of this carelessness that they neglected one thing. That was, the distance between them and Yi Fei was only a few dozen miles. Such a distance might be a safe distance for other mighty figures, but for Yi Fei, such a distance was the red line that he had always dreamt of killing. 100 miles in an instant. Yi Fei looked disdainfully at the two sword lights that were slashing towards him from 10,000 miles away. His primordial spirit erupted, and he suddenly took a small step forward. However, this small step covered a distance of over 70 miles. Boom! The sound of space exploding came from behind Yi Fei. The attacks of the Qing family head and great elder had all missed. How can this be? How can his speed be so fast? He actually dodged the full-powered attacks of the family head and great elder? Not good. He's charging towards us. He's too arrogant. Arrogant my ass. I think he's just courting death. Chapter 851. A huge surprise. Let's attack together and kill him. The Qing family's almighties were filled with violence. The most terrifying thing was that all of them had special physiques and were very powerful. Of course, they weren't born with such physiques. They used the star-moon demonic art to steal it from others. Every time one of them obtained a special physique, there must be a child with a special physique that was killed by them. Looking at these people, Yifei couldn't help but think of the time when his sister was taken away. He felt helpless and angry in his heart. Star-moon Holy Land, I swore that if you dare to mistreat my sister, I would kill my way to your holy land and make your blood flow like a river. Today, I will fulfill my promise. Yifei roared. His body suddenly released a dazzling purple-gold light. It was also at this time that the Qing family's almighties decided to attack Yifei. They didn't give Yifei a chance to get close. The auras of dozens of earth-penetrating realm almighties gathered together and mercilessly crushed toward Yifei. A mere earth-penetrating realm level 3 dares to act so presumptuously in our star-moon holy land? We think you're courting death. Oomph. Even the dog raised by our Qing family has a special physique. So what if we captured your family? If we can transfer this special physique to them, their deaths will be worth it. Then, these earth-penetrating realm almighties didn't say anything else. Their bodies released a dazzling light, and they executed all kinds of terrifying martial arts. They created a huge hole in the space in front of them. Star Finger, Wrath of the Star Moon. Star Moon 18 strikes. Star Moon Capturing Hand. Rumble. Dozens of earth-penetrating realm almighties and dozens of dazzling martial arts light pillars were like a storm in the void. It was as if a heavenly tribulation had descended. They completely destroyed the space that Yifei passed through. Yifei didn't say anything. He didn't have anything to say to this group of emotionless beasts. He only released his 11 primordial spirits and madly circulated the Devil Emperor scripture and War God Tao. Purple, gold, Tai, extreme. His words were like thunder, like the roar of a war demon, like the roar of a war god. The magnificent purple-gold sphere instantly protected Yifei perfectly and blocked the dozens of martial light rays around him. In the chaotic void space, a purple-golden Tai Chi was as bright as the sun and even more dazzling than the stars. No matter how many earth-shattering grand cultivators attacked it with all their might, the purple-golden Tai Chi was still invincible and undefeatable. Everyone from the Qing clan who saw this scene went into an uproar. The Qing clan's patriarch and great elder, who were rushing over from afar, also widened their eyes in fear. They couldn't believe that there was such a terrifying defensive martial art in this world. Invulnerability, invincible innately. Even the martial arts of great emperors wouldn't be able to achieve this. They must have a weakness. Everyone, don't panic. Let's kill him together. Some of the almighty experts from the Qing clan were unwilling to give up. They immediately launched an even more frenzied attack. However, the purple-golden Tai Chi was too terrifying. Beyond 10 steps, it was invincible innately. Within 10 steps, Yifei wouldn't be defeated easily. At the very least, these almighty experts from the Qing clan who only knew how to use their mouths were nothing in Yifei's eyes. With the purple-golden Tai Chi, Yifei ignored all the attacks and rushed into the crowd like a demonic god. Kill! He raised the Phoenix blood sword and slashed down mercilessly. One of the earth-shattering grand cultivators from the Qing clan widened his eyes as he looked at his decapitated body. Pooh! A rain of blood dyed the sky red. Another earth-shattering grand cultivator was shocked as he clutched his severed neck. Suddenly, someone couldn't stand the horror of Yifei killing people. That almighty expert screamed in fear and tried to hide behind the crowd. However, a terrifying crack appeared in the void. Without a sound, it had already sliced this person in half, along with his companion who was blocking in front of him. They all died a violent death. Yi Fei was like a death god walking in hell. Wherever he rushed, the almighty experts, there would definitely be heads rolling as they fled in fear. Of course, there were also some vicious Qing clan almighty experts. They tried to sneak attack Yi Fei from behind and kill him. Yi Fei suddenly roared. He became one with his sword. In the sky, one could only see a peerless blood sword slashing down. What it slashed down was the blood of the almighty experts and countless severed limbs. Devil. He's a devil. Why? Why did our Qing clan provoke such a terrifying genius? Beyond 10 steps, he's invincible innately, and within 10 steps, he's a killing god. The continuous slaughter made the Qing clan's martial artists tremble in fear. Dozens of earth-shattering grand cultivators were surrounding Yi Fei, but none of them dared to approach Yi Fei. The only thing they could do was to frantically escape. But in the end, they were all caught by a sword light, and their bodies were shattered. Pooh! Seeing this bloody scene with his own eyes, even though the Qing clan's patriarch was an earth-shattering grand cultivator, he was so angry that he spat out a mouthful of blood. Trash! You bunch of trash! In order to give you the strongest special physique, I've killed so many children. But in the end, there's so many of you and you can't even deal with a single person. This is the shame of our Qing clan. This kid is too terrifying. Even if we have to kill everyone here, we definitely can't let this kid go. The Grand Elder's face was sinister. An unprecedented ferocious light appeared in his eyes. Kill. Blood flows like a river. Starlight, 10 slashes. Boom, boom, boom. 10 consecutive terrifying sword lights locked onto Yi Fei and mercilessly slashed down. Under the pressure of these sword lights, Yi Fei's purple Tai Chi light dimmed. Kill. Man and saber as one. The saber strikes and the stars shatter. Seeing the Grand Elder attack, the Qing clan's patriarch sighed, but his eyes suddenly became as fierce as a ghost. Brilliant starlight erupted from his body. In the blink of an eye, this boundless starlight turned into a terrifying sword light. It was like a spinning nebula. It actually ignored the fleeing Qing clan's almighty experts. Patriarch! There were 7 or 8 almighty experts who were enveloped by this terrifying starlight. They widened their eyes and stared at their patriarch in disbelief. Then, their bodies were instantly disintegrated by the starlight. So ruthless, so vicious. You even killed your own clansmen. Compared to you, I'm still too merciful. Since that's the case, don't blame me for being ruthless and giving you this huge surprise. Ha! Yi Fei suddenly took out something from his body. Using all his strength, he threw it forward. Then, without turning his head, he unleashed another Yuan spirit and teleported 100 miles away. At this moment, the two Qing clan's experts' sword lights descended. Instantly, the space where Yi Fei was blasted open, creating a huge vacuum. A total of more than 10 Qing clan's almighty experts were affected by the sword lights. Their bodies exploded and they died on the spot. The rest of them looked at the Qing clan's patriarch in horror. The patriarch of the Qing family had an extremely ugly expression on his face. The great elder beside him was furious. Damn you, Junior. Not only did you kill so many experts of my Qing family, you even dare to throw a broken turtle at me. Chapter 852. Wrath of the Dragon Turtlebang. The Grand Elder furiously kicked the crystal tortoise to the ground, causing the entire small world to tremble. Half of the mountains within the small world collapsed on the spot. The entire ground was covered with spiderweb-like cracks. Hundreds of Wu Jun experts from the Qing clan who were watching the battle rolled on the ground, covered in dust. The Qing clan head was so angry that he spat out another mouthful of blood. He shouted at the Great Elder, "Great Elder, we want to kill that kid. Why are you venting your anger on the sacred grounds?" "Clan head, I didn't do that. I only kicked the turtle lightly. How would I know that it would cause such serious consequences?" The Great Elder was dumbfounded. He couldn't understand it all. That turtle was only the size of a palm. How could it cause such a huge commotion when it fell? When he saw the Qing clan head's actions, Yi Fei's eyes widened. Even if this person wanted to die, he didn't have to humiliate himself like this. Not only did he pinch and kick the dragon turtle, he even spat a mouthful of phlegm at the dragon turtle. Yi Fei didn't know if it was an illusion, but when he saw the Qing clan head spit at the dragon turtle, he felt that the air in the small world became much hotter. 100 miles in an instant. Without any hesitation, Yi Fei released another primordial spirit and quickly retreated another 100 miles. Junior, where do you think you are going? Everyone retreat behind us. The Qing clan head and the great elder were furious. In order to kill Yi Fei, they had paid a huge price. Fortunately, the small world was sealed. They weren't afraid that Yi Fei would escape. Therefore, the Qing clan head decided to postpone the pursuit of Yi Fei. Instead, he gathered all the disciples of the Qing clan around him. He didn't want to give Yi Fei a chance to kill them in the chaos. Looking at this scene, Yi Fei was so shocked that his eyeballs were about to pop out of their sockets. Holy F***CK. Is the head of the Qing family crazy? They insulted the dragon turtle, but instead of running for their lives, he gathered all the disciples of the Qing family around him. Yi Fei had an extremely strange expression on his face as he watched the group of Qing clan disciples gather together in high spirits, forming a huge army of cultivators with great momentum. Ha ha, brat. Let's see how you're going to kill people here. The head of the Qing family laughed complacently. Little bastard, how dare you throw a tortoise in front of me? I'll tear you to shreds today. The Qing clan's great elder's patience had reached its limit. Flames of fury surged from his body like a hurricane. He raised his saber and prepared to chase after Yi Fei. Boom! Suddenly, the entire minor world began to shake uncontrollably. Many of the Qing family's disciples cried out in alarm as they saw an angry crystal turtle crawl out of the ground. How is this possible? The great elder was stunned. He couldn't believe that after his earth-penetrating sevenfold layer kick, not only did the tortoise not die, it actually crawled out and stared at him with incomparable brutality. Roar! Then, the entire minor world resounded with the unique dragon roar of the dragon tortoise. It was filled with brutality, under the astonished gazes of the Qing family's disciples. The crystal turtle, which was the size of a palm, suddenly became the size of a face. Then, it abruptly became the size of a mountain. It also emitted a terrifying aura that was as violent as a volcano. Dragon tortoise. How did a dragon tortoise appear in our sacred ground? An almighty of the Qing family recognized the identity of the dragon tortoise. His entire body began to tremble uncontrollably. One must know that the dragon tortoise was one of the top 10 vicious beasts in the Tianwu continent. Although it wasn't feared by everyone, those below, the heavenly Grandmaster Grand Sage, could only run away when they saw the dragon tortoise. The great elder and the head of the Qing family were also shocked, their eyes wide open. The great elder screamed in disbelief. What I kicked out is actually a dragon tortoise. I even spat a mouthful of thick phlegm at it. Head of the Qing family, save me. After recovering from his shock, the great elder couldn't be bothered to chase after Yi Fei. He seemed to have sensed something and turned around to escape. This scene completely enraged the dragon tortoise. Originally, the dragon tortoise was already humiliated by the terrifying little girl. Now, there was actually an ant-like human who dared to spit thick phlegm at its head. Even if it was the vicious beasts, the dragon tortoise still felt deeply humiliated and violent. Roar! Its huge body became even bigger. Finally, when the dragon tortoise's body returned to its largest size, it finally broke free from the seal that Xiao Qiao placed on its cultivation level. Boom! A mouthful of dragon flames, which was even more terrifying than a volcanic eruption, rushed into the sky. The dragon tortoise was so angry that its entire body emitted thick smoke. Its huge body stomped on the ground, and the dragon tortoise soared into the sky. Its terrifying dragon aura immediately killed a large number of the Qing family disciples. Puff! Only now did the head of the Qing family realize how stupid of a decision he had made. In front of the dragon tortoise, he actually gathered all the Qing family disciples. Suddenly, the great elder's miserable roar came from afar. Facing the terrifying dragon flames of the dragon tortoise, even though the great elder used all his strength to resist, he was still vaporized by the dragon flames in half a breath's time. Even when he died, he still couldn't rest in peace. Puff! The head of the Qing family was so angry that he spat out another mouthful of blood. He stared at the dragon tortoise with despair and hatred. He also stared at the distant Yi Fei. "Junior, you'll die a horrible death. You actually used the dragon tortoise to harm us. Even if I die, I will drag you down with me." The head of the Qing family was filled with endless anger and grievance. He knew that once the dragon tortoise appeared, the entire Star Moon Holy Land would probably be destroyed. The despairing head of the Qing family immediately gave up on all his defenses. He frantically burned his blood essence and fell from the sky like a huge meteor. He tried to go around the dragon tortoise and perish together with Yi Fei. Yi Fei's expression was cold as he coldly shook his head. "If you want to kill me, you'd better think about how to face the fury of the dragon tortoise. You actually dared to spit at the dragon tortoise. The Qing family is indeed very good and very powerful." Roar! Roar! Hearing Yi Fei's words, the dragon tortoise was no longer furious. Instead, it went berserk on the spot. Before the head of the Qing family rushed over, the dragon tortoise opened its mouth and spat out a dragon flame that was 10 times bigger than the one before. It swept across the sky and burned through the entire sealed small world. The head of the Qing family, who was directly facing the fury of the dragon tortoise, shed tears of despair. "Dragon tortoise, I will fight it out with you." Bang! The small world completely exploded. Knowing that he was no match for the dragon tortoise, the head of the Qing family chose to self-destruct. In an instant, his body turned into a huge meteor shower that completely covered the body of the dragon tortoise. Seeing this, Yi Fei secretly clicked his tongue. This old man is really ruthless. Since he can't drag me down with him, he actually wants to drag the dragon tortoise down with him. The dragon tortoise won't be killed by the explosion, right? Looking at the world that had turned into half a world of flames, Yi Fei was shocked. After that, he turned around and left. He was here to save his sister. The life and death of the Qing family and the dragon tortoise had nothing to do with him. It was more important to meet up with Xia Jun and the others while the experts of the Star Moon Holy Land were all dead. Roar! At the same time that Yi Fei left, a tall figure suddenly walked out from the world of flames. The roar of a dragon was unceasingly heard, and the tyrannical aura shook the sky. The dragon tortoise was actually still alive. Even after killing the 2 strongest people of the Qing family, it was still unable to suppress the grievances and anger that the dragon tortoise had suffered during this period of time. Therefore, the tyrannical eyes of the dragon tortoise were like 2 burning volcanoes as they stared at the remaining disciples of the Qing family in the sky. The terrifying might of the world even filled the entire sky of the Star Moon Holy Land. It's over. The Star Moon Holy Land and our Qing family are completely finished. It's all that brat's fault. Of all the things he could throw away, he actually threw away the dragon tortoise. Even if we become ghosts, we won't let him off. Boom! Chapter 853. Star Moon Annihilation. The destruction of the small world and the huge tremors from the ground caused Xia Jun and Hu Yinchao's expressions to change instantly. They had already rushed into a hidden cave in the Star Moon Holy Land. Although they did not know what was happening on the surface, they could still feel how intense the battle on the surface was. Strictly speaking, this was not a battle at all. It was a cruel massacre under the rage of the dragon turtle. Wherever the dragon turtle passed by, the almighty of the Qing family and the cultivators recruited by the Holy Land were all like fireworks, exploding on the ground and in the sky. Many cultivators died with anger and grievance in their hearts. Originally, with the strength of the star-moon holy land. Even if an earth-shattering 10th layer almighty came, they would not be unable to resist. Unfortunately, the star-moon holy land was facing the dragon turtle of the 10 great vicious beasts this time. Furthermore, the dragon turtle was currently in a berserk state. Therefore, no matter how many almighty of the star-moon holy land and how many saint artifacts they had in front of the dragon turtle, there was only one outcome. They would either be melted by the dragon turtle with the dragon flame people or be stomped to death by the dragon turtle in anger. Even in the depths of the ground, Xia Jun and Hu Yinxiao could feel the dragon turtle's terrifying aura wreaking havoc. What happened up there? Although the patriarch is very strong, he would not wantonly destroy the small world of our holy land like this. Fairy Qing Mu faintly had a bad premonition. Hu Yinxiao and Xia Jun had sneers on their faces. They coldly snorted and said, "No matter what happened up there, your star-moon holy land is most likely finished. Your Qing family will never be able to do evil again. Cut the crap and quickly open the door for us." The star-moon holy land was very strict with the children with special constitutions. If not for Yi Fei taking the initiative to act as bait and attracting the attention of all the experts of the holy land, Xia Jun and Hu Yinxiao would definitely not have been able to smoothly rush into the secret realm built underground. Fearing that there would be danger inside, they let Fairy Qing Mu take the lead to open the heavy stone door. Whoosh! A black figure immediately rushed out from inside. Without hesitation, he charged towards Fairy Qing Mu. "Qing Mu, so it was you who betrayed our Qing clan. You traitor." "No, second elder, I didn't betray you. I merely..." Fairy Qing Mu wanted to explain, but a cold ray of light had already shot past her. "Kill!" Hu Yinxiao's eyes were red as he charged towards the Qing clan's second elder, who was hiding behind the stone door. Xia Jun followed closely behind and charged towards the second elder as well. "Hu Yinxiao, you traitor!" The second elder was extremely shocked. He recognized Hu Yinxiao at a glance. It was also him who had gone to the East Continent and deceived Hu Yinxiao's son. "That's right, it's me. But I'm not a traitor. I'm the king of hell who wants your life." Hu Yinxiao's eyes were bloodshot as he charged towards the second elder without any regard for his own life. He had two enemies. One was the disciple of the Qing clan who had obtained his son's special constitution. The other was the culprit who had deceived him and taken his son away. Haha, just the two of you. One of you is at Earth-penetrating stage 1, and the other is Wu Jun stage 9. How dare you dream of killing me? What a joke. The second elder was slightly stunned. Then he laughed maniacally. His eyes were filled with mockery and disdain. He was an earth-penetrating stage 4 expert. How could he take Hu Yinxiao and Xia Jun seriously? Seeing the two of them charging towards him, a sinister smile flashed across the second elder's face. He was about to attack and kill both Hu Yinxiao and Xia Jun. At this moment, a cold voice suddenly came from outside the stone door. "Killing you is a joke. I like to see who's the real joke. Die." Boom! Yi Fei tore the void apart. Using the void steps, he appeared inside the stone door from outside and stood behind the second elder. "No!" Under Fairy Qing Mu's horrified gaze, the second elder's face was filled with shock and fear as he watched a flaming sacred sword behead him. Fairy Qing Mu broke down in an instant. Seeing Yi Fei appear here so quickly, she vaguely understood something. She screamed in fear and rushed out of the stone door. "I don't believe it. I don't believe it. He was just an ant back then. He was a piece of trash from Blackrock City. How did he grow to this extent? How did he become so powerful? I'm going to find the patriarch and find out what happened above ground." Seeing Fairy Qing Mu rushing to the ground, Hu Yinxiao and Xia Jun's expressions changed at the same time. "Young Master Yi, big brother, let her be. Without my order, she can't escape." Yi Fei shook his head coldly. He didn't pay attention to the slightly crazy Fairy Qing Mu. He quickly sized up the internal structure of the stone door and discovered that it was actually a sealed prison filled with spiritual energy. It was divided into 2 rows and had a total of 100 rooms. In other words, There were at least 100 children with special constitutions captured by the Star Moon Holy Land from other regions. Thinking that his younger sister might have been imprisoned here for nearly 10 years, Yifei suddenly felt a sharp pain in his heart. Then, he quickly rushed forward and broke the prison door in front of him with his bare hands. Xia Jun and Hu Yanqiao were also furious. They broke the prison door, and soon, the 80 or so young boys and girls imprisoned inside were gathered together with frightened expressions. "Big brother, which one of them is your younger sister?" Xia Jun looked left and right at the young girls in the crowd. Although there were a few beauties among them, they didn't look like Yifei. "None of them are my younger sister." Yifei's expression was very ugly. He couldn't find his younger sister's figure here. This made Yifei feel somewhat vexed. Could it be that something happened to my younger sister? "Young Master Yi, don't worry. Perhaps they know where your younger sister is," Hu Yanqiao comforted from the side. He was afraid that Yifei would turn into a demon again. He tried his best to take a deep breath. Yifei also forced himself to suppress the worry in his heart. He walked towards a group of young boys and girls with special constitutions. Looking at their frightened and numb faces, he felt another stab of pain in his heart. "I have a younger sister called Yi Shanshan. She was also captured here like all of you. Do any of you know where she is?" Yifei asked bitterly. "Shanshan, your Shanshan's older brother? Your brother Yi?" Hearing Yifei's words, a skinny little girl suddenly walked out from the crowd. She was so skinny that one could even see the bones in her palms. Even her steps were somewhat unstable. Yifei was shocked once again. Xia Jun was also shocked and scolded angrily. "Those bastards! Not only did they capture you, they even tortured you." "No, Brother Yi, you're wrong. We're not being tortured. At least we're still alive. Compared to those brothers and sisters who were deprived of their special constitutions and died in pain, we're already very lucky." Chapter 854. A Field of White, what? The Qin clan sent Shanshan to the Royal Wind City? Yifei was shocked again. He thought he would be able to reunite with his sister after finding this place. But in the end, he was still one step too late. This damned Qin clan, just using the dragon turtle to destroy them, was already letting them off easy. Xia Jun looked at the skinny little girl and asked curiously, "How do you know so much?" Upon hearing this, Yifei found it a little strange. The other children had been tortured until their faces were numb. Only this little girl seemed normal. "I heard from the second elder of the Qin clan that I possessed the body of the wind spirit. I can hear sound from very far away, and I can even talk to Feng. That's why I can hear a lot of secrets." The little girl was still smiling. Her smile was filled with optimism and hope. Perhaps it was this smile that allowed her to persevere through the cruel environment. Yifei suddenly walked over. He carefully picked her up and said, "Don't worry, the nightmare is over. Today will be your new beginning." The little girl froze for a moment. She did not expect Yifei to carry her like this. Then, her tears fell like pearls from a broken necklace. "Big brother Yi, I can hear a lot of screams outside, as well as the roars of monsters. Can we really escape?" The little girl asked while sobbing. "Yes, as long as I'm here, you can definitely do it. Take them. We will take them away." Yifei nodded at Xia Jun and Hu Yanqiao. Hu Yanqiao and Xia Jun's eyes were red. Even if Yifei didn't say anything, they wouldn't let these children stay here. "Come with us. You're safe now. Do you still have family? Can we send you home?" Hearing the words of Hu Yanqiao and Xia Jun, the numbness on the faces of the group of children finally lessened a lot. Their eyes, which were still filled with fear, gradually brightened as they looked at the corpse of the second elder on the ground. On the ground, Fairy Qing Mu looked at the scene before her with disbelief. The Star Moon Holy Land was destroyed, the small world had collapsed, and the disciples of the Qin clan, regardless of gender, had all died in the raging flames. The large number of cultivators recruited by the Holy Land screamed in horror. This was because there was a tyrannical dragon tortoise in the sky. It was still emitting thick smoke and spewing out terrifying dragon flames, crazily destroying all life in front of it. The moment she saw the dragon turtle, Fairy Qingmu could not believe her eyes. Her voice was trembling, and her entire soul was trembling uncontrollably. Dragon turtle? How could it be a dragon turtle? That bastard! How could he possibly accomplish such a feat? That demon, he actually managed to destroy our Qing family and the Star Moon Holy Land all by himself. Fairy Greenwood found it hard to accept, but she had no choice. The truth was right in front of her eyes. When she rushed up, the dragon turtle's massacre was already coming to an end. Soon after, its tyrannical gaze stared at the only person in the Holy Land who had not died. Without the slightest bit of mercy, a dragon flame instantly engulfed Fairy Greenwood. There was a smile on Fairy Greenwood's face, and there was also relief. I'm finally free. My Qing clan has done too many bad things. I already knew that such a day would come. However, Yi Fei, don't be too happy too early. Our Star Moon Holy Land may not be able to kill you, but our young master in the Royal Wind City will definitely kill you to avenge our Qing clan. Whoosh! The raging flames whistled, and in the blink of an eye, the peerless beauty Fairy Green would have already turned into smoke. Yi Fei could not help but sigh. The evils we bring upon ourselves are the hardest to bear. Don't worry, your Qing clan will not have the chance to take revenge, because I will personally kill your young master and completely destroy this land of evil. My big brother, now is not the time to sigh. That dragon tortoise actually chased us all the way here from the Xieshio Sea. How much hatred does it have for us? Xia Jun looked at the gigantic tortoise that was slowly descending from the sky, and he almost fainted from fright. Even a supreme expert could be killed with a single breath. He was only at the 9th level of Wu Jun's cultivation. Seeing the dragon tortoise descend, Hu Yanxiao was also dumbfounded. Could it be that the Star Moon Holy Land was destroyed by this dragon tortoise? No wonder there was such a huge commotion on the ground. Young Master Yi, what should we do? Hu Yanxiao was not afraid of death, but he was afraid that the group of children beside him would be implicated. The little girl in Yi Fei's arms stretched out her withered arms and tightly hugged Yi Fei's neck. Seeing how terrifying the dragon tortoise was, her body was already trembling in fear. Yi Fei quickly patted her back and comforted her. Don't be afraid. We are here. Xia Jun, take them and retreat underground first. I will deal with this dragon tortoise. After saying that, Yi Fei handed the little girl in his arms to Xia Jun. Xia Jun could not help but worry. He was no longer the rookie he was before, so he could naturally see the huge gap between Yi Fei and the dragon tortoise. Big brother, can you do it? Young Master Yi, why don't we hide underground together? Hu Yanxiao was also very worried. Yi Fei shook his head and waved his hand, chasing Hu Yanxiao and the others back underground. Then, he strode towards the dragon tortoise. Roar! When the dragon tortoise saw Yi Fei, it immediately let out a furious roar. As the saying goes, when enemies meet, their eyes turn red. Moreover, in the dragon tortoise's eyes, Yi Fei was not just an enemy, but a mortal enemy who had humiliated it. Even if it killed everyone in the Star Moon Holy Land, it would not be able to eliminate the immense anger it had towards Yi Fei. Boom! In the end, the dragon tortoise's huge body landed on the ground, creating 4 terrifying craters. Then, it opened its huge mouth and was about to spit out terrifying dragon flames at Yi Fei. Xiao Qiao, it's your turn. Yi Fei was not stupid enough to fight the dragon tortoise head-on. Seeing that there was no one around, he quickly called Xiao Qiao out. Squeak! Seeing that the dragon tortoise still dared to be fierce towards Yi Fei, Xiao Qiao was so angry that he rushed out barefooted. Without even looking, he aimed his whip at the dragon tortoise. Roar! Roar! Seeing Xiao Qiao appear, the dragon tortoise's resentment soared to the sky. A terrifying rain of fire drifted down from the scorching sky. The dragon tortoise's huge body quickly shrank. At the same time, hundreds of dragon tortoises appeared in the nearby space. They all roared at Xiao Qiao provocatively. Xiao Qiao did not say anything. He held his vine whip and whipped it at a dragon tortoise without looking. Ha! The vine whip instantly struck the dragon tortoise's back, leaving a crack. The dragon tortoise was dumbfounded on the spot. One had to know that during the time it was caught by Xiao Qiao, it had thought of many ways to avoid being hit by the vine whip. At this moment, it had even created hundreds of clones. How could Xiao Qiao see its main body with a single glance? The dragon tortoise refused to believe that Xiao Qiao was really so heaven-defying. After being whipped, its body became even smaller, and the number of clones became even more terrifying. In any case, even if Yifei's eyes were sore from staring, he could not tell which of the thousands of dragon tortoises in front of him was the real dragon tortoise. Seeing that the dragon tortoise could actually turn into so many huge tortoises, Xiao Qiao's eyes lit up. Pa, 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 pa. Like before, Xiao Qiao did not even look. Countless vine whips targeted one of the huge tortoises and ruthlessly whipped it. The dragon tortoise screamed miserably as it let out violent and terrified roars. Chapter 855. Holy Land Treasury. The dragon turtle wanted to escape, but before it could, Xiao Qiao used all her strength and whipped the dragon turtle shell with all her might. The turtle shell, which could not be destroyed by the explosion of the ground penetrating 9 great energy, was instantly shattered by Xiao Qiao. The dragon turtle turned back into a palm-sized crystal turtle. It spun in circles and lay on the ground, foaming at the mouth. In the end, Xiao Qiao picked it up by its tail with a look of disgust. Squeak, squeak, squeak. Xiao Qiao gestured to Yifei again, indicating that the dragon turtle was a little naughty and that she did not want it anymore. She even made a gesture to throw the dragon turtle out. Xiao Qiao, don't. You should keep this dragon turtle for now. I'll think of a way to deal with it after some time. Yifei hurriedly stopped her. After all, this was a dragon turtle. Not only was it brutal, but it was also vengeful. If they threw the dragon turtle away, it could come to seek revenge at any time once it became stronger. It was safer to let Xiao Qiao look after it. Squeak! Xiao Qiao nodded her head, feeling somewhat wronged. Then, she threw out her vine whip in disgust and dragged the dragon turtle back. The dragon turtle, who was dragged back, looked at Yifei with eyes full of anger and brutality. It was quite happy when Xiao Qiao threw it out, thinking that it could finally be free. In the end, Yifei's words made the dragon turtle sink into the abyss of despair. Yifei did not know that while Xiao Qiao was teaching the dragon turtle a lesson, in a mysterious space somewhere in Zhongzhou, the crystal wall guarded by the 12 Bailey clan experts suddenly spun violently. What's going on? The crystal wall is reacting so strongly. Oh no, we've been tricked. She's not in the Xiexio Sea at all. She ran back to Zhongzhou. That idiot Bailey Zhen, what is he doing? Stop talking. Immediately gather our strength and activate heavenly surveillance. As long as we catch her, not only will we become martial emperors, but we'll also become martial emperors soon. The 12 people immediately released 12 terrifying auras and injected them into the crystal wall. They prepared to activate the terrifying heavenly surveillance in an attempt to find something. Xiao Qiao carried the dragon turtle and revealed a rare look of worry. She looked at the sky and did not say anything. She quickly pointed in a direction, indicating that there were many treasures there. With a whoosh, Xiao Qiao entered the beastmark space. He covered himself with the small spiritual medicine blanket, grabbed the dragon turtle, and quickly fell asleep again. Yifei was stunned for a moment. By the time he reacted, Xiao Qiao was already sleeping soundly with Long Gue in his arms. Xiao Qiao has been acting a little strange recently. Why does she sleep so often? Could it be that she's working hard on her cultivation? Yifei faintly felt that Xiao Qiao had been acting a little strange recently. But before he could figure out, sensing that the battle on the ground had ended, Xia Jun and Hu Yinxiao hurriedly rushed out. Young Master Yi, are you all right? Where's that dragon turtle? Xia Jun and Hu Yinxiao were very puzzled. Yifei collected his thoughts and coughed a few times. Cough, cough. That dragon turtle is also a reasonable turtle. After I had a deep conversation with it, it realized its mistake and left on its own. It left on its own? Is that okay? Xia Jun and Hu Yinxiao were dumbfounded. No one would believe this. The dragon turtle was famous for being tyrannical. Since when did dragon turtles know how to reason with people? However, the skinny little girl heard something. She looked at Yi Fei curiously. Yi Fei quickly winked at her. After all, Xiao Chao's matter involved too much. He did not want to get into too much trouble, so he did not give Xia Jun and Hu Yinxiao a chance to think. Yi Fei directly ordered, Xia Jun, you stay here and protect these children. Lao Hu, you are responsible for collecting the spatial belts of the dead cultivators. After the dragon turtle's rampage, the Star Moon Holy Land had become a land of death. Of course, Yi Fei would not let go of the opportunity to plunder. Just as Hu Yinxiao began to move and used his unique stealing technique to search for treasures, Yi Fei also quickly rushed in the direction Xiao Chao had given him. In the end, Yi Fei arrived at the deepest part of the Holy Land. This was also the place where the Qin family's patriarch usually cultivated. It seems that the hidden treasures of the Star Moon Holy Land should be in this building. Yi Fei released his divine sense and quickly searched inch by inch. Soon, he discovered a special place. Not only was it protected by a magic array, but there was also a very tight stone door. However, the magic array had already been destroyed when the dragon turtle was wreaking havoc. The remaining stone door was simply unable to block the sword light condensed from Yi Fei's terrifying Azura power. With just one slash, the stone door had already shattered into pieces. Behind the stone door, Yi Fei also saw the corpses of more than a dozen old, absolute, earth-shattering powerhouses. Yi Fei understood that they should be the last hidden strength of the Qin family. In the end, they were still no match for the dragon turtle and were killed by the dragon turtle's roar behind the stone door. It's a pity that these absolute earth-shattering powerhouses did not die naturally. Otherwise, they would have definitely left behind many talent crystals when they died. When Yi Fei thought of the numbed children outside who had been tortured by the Star Moon Holy Land, he felt a wave of pain in his heart. After plundering the spatial belts of these powerhouses, Yi Fei quickly found the key to the Star Moon treasury in one of the spatial belts. When he opened the heavy stone door of the treasury, an astonishing spiritual energy whirlwind blew out, causing Yi Fei to almost lose his footing. The Star Moon Holy Land actually accumulated such a huge amount of wealth. Yi Fei found it hard to believe. He saw over 1 billion high-grade spirit stones on the ground, a large number of elixirs, saint artifacts, and over 20 saint bones on the table in the center. Yi Fei finally understood why the Star Moon Holy Land would secretly do such a thing despite being a holy land. The profits here were simply too shocking. Fortunately, I came early. If the Star Moon Holy Land was allowed to continue existing, who knows how many children would have been killed by them? Yi Fei shook his head. Originally, he felt that using the dragon turtle to destroy the Star Moon Holy Land might be a little cruel. However, when he saw the children being tortured and the huge amount of wealth, Yi Fei felt that he had been too lenient. He should have killed all those evil people with his sword. However, although the Star Moon Holy Land has been destroyed, there is still a young master who brought my sister to the Royal Wind City. You better not harm my sister. Otherwise, I will definitely make him die an ugly death. Yi Fei's eyes flashed with a vicious light. Then, he rushed into the treasury and wantonly plundered. I can use the high-grade spirit stones myself. As for the low-grade spirit stones, I'll leave them all to Xiao Chao as snacks. Damn, there are a total of 50 saint bones. It's not the 20 that I previously estimated. No wonder the Star Moon Holy Land did not have much of a reaction when Hu Yinxiao stole 10 saint bones. This is a classic example of being rich and overbearing. Great! With these spirit stones and saint bones, I can finally break through without worry. Yi Fei quickly swept away all the spirit stones and saint bones on the ground. Chapter 856. Half a demonic scripture normally, The most inconspicuous place was also the easiest place to hide treasures. Yifei had experienced this kind of lesson more than once. Seeing that the stone slab was somewhat strange, he immediately pushed the offering table to the side and lifted the stone slab. Haha, this Star Moon Holy Land is quite cunning. They actually hid a cultivation technique and martial technique in the cracks of the stone slab. Luckily, I discovered it. Yifei picked up the cultivation technique manual hidden under the stone slab. He discovered that the material of this manual was very strange. It was actually made from the skin of a strange, vicious beast that he had never seen before. There were many star-like characters written on it. This is a martial monarch used the power of the stars to draw the starry sky. This Star Moon Holy Land is not simple. This cultivation technique is clearly a classic. The complete martial Tao was divided into cultivation techniques and martial techniques. Cultivation techniques created by martial monarchs were usually called classics. They represented the essence of the martial Tao. Cultivation techniques created by martial emperors were called Tao scriptures. At the same time, above the classics and Tao scriptures, there was the legendary divine scriptures. They represented the limits of the martial Tao. However, divine scriptures were like martial gods. They were illusory. At the very least, Yifei had never heard of a divine scripture in the Tianwu continent. Even the war god Tao that Yifei cultivated was only a Tao scripture. Unexpectedly, the Star Moon Holy Land also hid a Tao scripture. I have to carefully read it. Undying Sword Spirit, help me quickly comprehend it. There was only Yifei here. Naturally, he did not have any misgivings. He released the Undying Sword Spirit and used the black energy released by the Sword Spirit to crazily increase his comprehension. Originally, for a Tao scripture, it would take 10 days to half a month to comprehend it. Even many heaven-defying geniuses would find it difficult to completely comprehend it. For cultivators with insufficient comprehension, they would need to spend several years or even several decades to comprehend some superficial knowledge. That was the true meaning of a painstaking effort. However, Yifei, with the unlimited comprehension of the Undying Sword Spirit, only spent 2 hours to read through the entire Tao scripture in his hand. I was wondering how this scripture could be comprehended so quickly. It turns out that it is not complete. There is only one volume. The Star Moon Holy Land's Star Moon demonic art was created by the Qing family after piecing together many evil techniques based on this scripture's superficial knowledge. Yifei looked at the half of the Star Moon demonic sutra in his hand and shook his head helplessly. If it was a complete classic, he would still be interested in learning it. However, this was only half a classic. Learning it would not be of much use. Instead, it would be a waste of his time. However, although I don't have the time to learn this classic, I can keep it as a reference. Yifei looked at the Star Moon demonic sutra in his hand and thought for a moment before putting it away. In the end, he swept everything in the treasury into his interspatial belt. Even so, Yifei had to fill 10 interspatial belts before emptying the treasury of the Star Moon Holy Land. Yifei did not plan to sell these treasures of the Holy Land. Instead, he thought to himself, as the saying goes, riches and honor are not as good as returning to one's hometown. Now that I have emptied the treasury of a holy land, if I can think of a way to bring these things back to the family Yi would have access to the Holy Land's treasury. Then the Yi family would possess the resources of a holy land. Even if they didn't establish a kingdom, the Yi family would still become the uncrowned king of the northern region. Uncle Jian and the others would also be able to live a safer life. In the end, the words of the northern region's tomb keeper still gave Yifei some pressure, even if he did not know what was sealed behind the stone door by the great Emperor Wang Qing. However, Yifei knew that with the current strength of the northern region, once the thing behind the stone door escaped, the people of the northern region would immediately be plunged into misery and suffering. Although I am a little unwilling, I still have to think of a way to break through to the martial monarch realm within 100 years. Then, I will return to the northern region to investigate the origins of that stone door. Yifei pondered as he walked out. After the dragon turtle wreaked havoc in the Star Moon Holy Land, it had long been reduced to complete ruins. At this moment, Hu Yin Xiao was among the ruins, quickly searching for the spatial belts of the dead people. Xia Jun was at the side, helping to tidy up the veins in the children's bodies, as well as various internal injuries. Xia Jun cursed as he treated the children's injuries, these bastards from the Star Moon Holy Land. In order to let these children cultivate the Star Moon demonic art as soon as possible, they actually injected demonic qi into their bodies to numb their souls. If this is not handled properly, it might damage their martial arts foundations. Don't worry, their foundations will not be damaged. I can also remove the demonic qi in their bodies, Yi Fei said with a smile as he walked over. In any case, he had comprehended the Star Moon demonic art. Even if Yi Fei did not intend to cultivate it, with his comprehension, removing the demonic qi would not be a problem. Brother Yi, will we become better after removing the demonic qi in our bodies? Will we be able to live, cultivate, and protect ourselves like normal children? The skinny little girl walked over and stretched out her skinny arm embarrassedly. Can my arm return to how it used to be? As the little girl spoke, she could not hold back her tears. Seeing this, Xia Jun felt inexplicably sad. He quickly turned his head away. In any case, he was Wu Jun, a titled battle pet warrior. How embarrassing would it be for him to cry in front of a group of children? Yi Fei looked at the little girl and heaved a sigh. After comprehending the Star Moon demonic art, he already knew that the little girl had become like this because too much demonic qi had been injected into her body, which had consumed her vitality. If there were no accidents in less than 10 years, even if the Qing family did not take away her special constitution, the demonic qi in her body would take her life. You will. I promise. You will become the same as before. You can cultivate. You can use your own strength to protect yourselves. You all have special constitutions. As long as you are willing to work hard, you will be able to go further than most warriors. Yi Fei looked at the little girl seriously. Then, a ray of purple and gold light suddenly appeared in his hand and was slowly transferred into the little girl's body. Brother Yi Xiajun was shocked. This was because what was burning on Yi Fei's body was his blood essence. At the same time, blood essence was the source of life. Once a martial artist's blood essence was exhausted, they would die no matter how powerful they were. Don't worry. To get rid of the demonic qi, I must use my blood essence. Given the number of primordial spirits I have, I can consume half of my blood essence, and there won't be any problem, Yi Fei said confidently. At the same time, 12 rays of purple and gold light emerged from behind him. Those rays of purple and gold were as dazzling as the sun. Only then did Xia Jun remember that Yi Fei had 12 primordial spirits. His vitality was 12 times greater than that of warriors of the same rank. 12 times the life potential. His primordial spirits are indeed freakish. Even I want to condense another primordial spirit, Xia Jun mumbled. But that was just a thought. How could it be so easy to condense primordial spirits? When Yi Fei was able to condense 12 primordial spirits, half of it was because he was forced to do so, and the other half was because of the power of the Saint Bodhi. The Saint Bodhi was the most precious treasure of the Azura of the Blood Realm. Such treasures were usually hard to come by. Chapter 857. Strange, seeing Yi Fei's life potential had been burning for an entire day. If it were any other cultivator, they would have died a long time ago. Even with the support of the 12 primordial spirits, Yi Fei was so tired that he felt dizzy and almost fainted. After removing the demonic energy from the last child's body, Xia Jun, who had returned, could not believe his eyes. He saw that Yi Fei's black hair had turned white, and even his sideburns were snow white. This was clearly a sign that his blood essence had been depleted and his lifespan had been exhausted. Big brother. Xia Jun felt a lump in his throat. Big brother Yi. The little girl and the group of children were already crying. Now that the demon qi had been removed, they were no longer numb. They knew that they had finally escaped from the darkness. It was Yi Fei who had used his own life to give them hope. Good, good. It seems that you have all recovered well. Yi Fei's voice was filled with exhaustion and a trace of age. In just a few days, Yi Fei had turned from a heroic youth to a lethargic old man. However, Yi Fei did not regret his decision. Seeing Xia Jun's worried expression, Yi Fei laughed heartily. Xia Jun, what are you crying for? I'm not dead yet. It's just that my blood essence has been depleted. It's not like I can't replenish it. Devouring sword force, devour. Boom! The 12 primordial spirits behind Yi Fei suddenly exploded with a dazzling light. At the same time, 12 terrifying black holes appeared behind him. Yi Fei was willing to help these children regardless of cost, not only because he sympathized with them, but also because he was confident that he could quickly replenish the essence blood he had lost. The source of this confidence was the billions of high-grade spirit stones that he had obtained from the Star Moon Holy Land. Spirit stones had wonderful effects. They could replenish true yuan and heal injuries. Of course, they could also replenish the blood essence that he had depleted. At this time, Yi Fei took out all the high-grade spirit stones he had obtained and allowed the black hole behind him to devour them. Xia Jun's eyes widened when he saw the amount. More than 1 billion upper-grade spirit stones? The Star Moon Holy Land actually had such a huge reserve of spirit stones. No wonder all the disciples of the Qin clan are Wu Jun. Even a pig with so many spirit stones could directly become a titled martial lord. Not to mention, the disciples of the Qin family even used the demonic art of stars and moon. Every single one of them obtained a decent special constitution. It's just that Big Brother used up such a huge amount of spirit stones, just like that. My heart aches when I see that. Xia Jun sighed and shook his head. This is also the most admirable aspect of young Master Yi. If it were anyone else, they would have long kept such an enormous amount of spirit stones for themselves. However, young Master Yi did not do that. Instead, he returned all of those spirit stones to the children by burning his blood essence. Hu Yinchao's expression was solemn and filled with deep admiration. I still don't understand. Even if he wants to remove the demonic aura, can't Big Brother do it slowly? Why is he in such a hurry? Xia Jun still could not understand. Hu Yinchao looked at Yi Fei with great admiration and muttered, I also just realized that these children have coexisted with the demonic aura for many years and have already developed a dependence on it. Once the demonic aura is removed, 90% of them will immediately become disabled. Another 50% will die within 3 to 5 months because of the loss of the demonic aura. Young Master Yi must have realized this. That's why he didn't hesitate to use his blood essence to help these children preserve their lives and special constitutions. Xia Jun was deeply shocked. He finally understood Yi Fei's painstaking efforts. Not only does Big Brother want to save these children, he also wants to save their lives. With Big Brother's blood essence, not only will these children's lives not be in danger, but their special constitutions will also be preserved. Hu Yinchao nodded and agreed with Yi Fei's judgment. Suddenly, he looked at the surrounding boys and girls with an incomparably solemn expression. Did you all hear that? Young Master Yi not only saved your lives, he also saved your martial arts future. Why aren't you all kneeling down and worshiping young Master Yi? Remember, from now on, young Master Yi is your God and your faith. You can betray anyone, but you can't betray young Master Yi. That's right, Big Brother Yi saved us. He is our God and our faith. The children were moved to tears once again. Although they had been tortured by the Star Moon Holy Land, they were not unreasonable. On the contrary, it was the dangerous environment that made them more sensible than anyone else. They understood that Yi Fei had only saved them in passing. If it were any other cultivator, they wouldn't have cared about their lives after saving them. This was because the moment the demon Qi entered their bodies, their special constitutions were already equivalent to being crippled. However, Yi Fei did not do that. Instead, he returned the spirit stones and spiritual energy of the entire Star Moon Holy Land to them by burning his blood essence. He also completely saved them. From now on, Big Brother Yi is our greatest benefactor. No, Big Brother Yi is not our benefactor. He is our God. He is a God sent by the heavens to protect us. The children knelt down one after another and looked at Yi Fei with reverence. They didn't know if it was an illusion or not, but when the children knelt down and called Yi Fei a god, in the middle of the 12 black holes, a tall illusory figure suddenly appeared behind Yi Fei, who was sitting cross-legged. The illusory figure gradually became clearer. It was the Golden War Demon that looked exactly like Yi Fei. It stood indomitable and let out a soundless roar towards the sky. Shortly after, another purple Yi Fei walked out from another black hole with a blood-red sword in his hand. His entire body was emitting a shocking battle intent. Boom! The instant the purple Yi Fei and the golden Yi Fei met, the two illusory figures actually erupted into a shocking battle. The golden Yi Fei furiously raised his golden, sun-like fist and punched towards the sky like an enraged demon god. The purple Yi Fei coldly waved his blood-red sword. The sword light was like a meteor that could shatter the starry sky. What's going on? Why are there 3 Big Brothers Yi? The children cried out in alarm. They didn't understand what was going on. Phenomenon. It's actually a phenomenon. And 2 of them appeared at the same time. Could it be that young Master Yi also has a special bloodline? Hu Yanxiao was extremely shocked. Special bloodline? How is that possible? If Big Brother had a special bloodline, he would have told us long ago. Xia Jun shook his head in shock. He knew Yi Fei well. If Yi Fei really had a special bloodline, there was no need for him to hide it from them. But other than a special bloodline, I really can't think of any other martial arts that can produce such a terrifying phenomenon. Hu Yanxiao looked at the 2 god fiends fighting in the void. He felt his soul tremble. Clearly, these 2 phenomena were extremely terrifying. Even a mighty figure would find it difficult to resist the effects of such a phenomenon. Sitting cross-legged in the void, Yi Fei absorbed spiritual energy with all his might to replenish his blood. He didn't know how great of an impact his actions had on the Devil Emperor Sutra and the God of War path. Behind Yi Fei, the 2 terrifying figures were still clashing wildly. They couldn't wait to kill each other. In Yi Fei's body, the Devil Emperor Sutra and the God of War path were circulating wildly. This circulation had even surpassed the limits of Yi Fei's circulation. In an instant, the Devil Emperor Sutra broke through to the 7th level and reached the limit of the martial sage realm. In an instant, the God of War path shone brightly and reached the 3rd level. This also allowed Yi Fei to enter the 3rd level of the ancient genius realm. Boom! In the end, the Azura power of the God of War path was still stronger. Behind Yi Fei, the purple figure shattered the golden Yi Fei with a sword. With boundless power, it turned into a ray of light and firmly occupied Yi Fei's dantian and primordial spirit. Roar! Before the golden Yi Fei shattered, it let out a soundless roar. It didn't disappear. Instead, it turned into a rain of golden specks that helplessly merged with Yi Fei's flesh and every cell. What's going on? Young Master Yi seems to be cultivating 2 powerful martial arts at the same time. Moreover, these 2 martial arts seem to be clashing with each other. It seems like he's going to fight to the death. Hu Yanxiao was a little dumbfounded. This was beyond the scope of his understanding. Chapter 858. Yi Shenzong, the power of Azura and the power of the War Demon are actually clashing with each other. They both seem to want to take control of my primordial spirit. What's going on? Could it be that I've really taken the wrong path? When a vision disappeared, Yi Fei finally awoke from his cultivation. A strange look flashed across his face. Clearly, the power of Azura and the power of the War Demon couldn't coexist peacefully. When Yi Fei was at his peak, he could still suppress these 2 powers. Once Yi Fei weakened, these 2 powers would fight with each other again, each wanting to destroy the other. But now, it seemed impossible for Yi Fei to give up on one of the powers. That was because the two powers had completely fused with his body. Destroying one of them would mean losing half of his cultivation. Yifei couldn't make up his mind. Moreover, if he lost one of the two powers, he wouldn't be able to condense the purple gold Tai Chi again. Looks like I can only take one step at a time. I hope that I can find a way to resolve the conflict between these two powers after entering the sacred court. Yifei thought to himself. At this moment, under the nourishment of more than 1 billion upper-tier spiritual stones, Yifei's depleted qi and blood was replenished. Yifei even had a feeling that his qi and blood were stronger than before. If it weren't for the fact that he didn't have enough spiritual stones on him, he could even try to break through to the earth-penetrating level 4. Indeed, without destruction, there can be no construction. If I hadn't helped these kids out of kindness, I wouldn't have discovered the hidden problem with the Battle God Path and the Devil Emperor Sutra. I would have completely stabilized my foundation and laid a good foundation for breaking through to the earth-penetrating level 4. Yifei slowly opened his eyes and put away the 12 dazzling black holes behind him. The group of kids also looked at Yifei, who had descended from the sky, in shock. Their eyes were filled with surprise, admiration, and reverence. "Brother Yi, are you a god in heaven?" The first to speak was still the little girl. At this time, she was no longer skinny. Under the nourishment of Yifei's large amount of blood essence, her skinny body had become plump, and she had become like an ordinary girl. "Ha, I'm not a god. I'm just like all of you, the most ordinary of people." All in all, Yifei was in a good mood. He picked up the little girl again and looked at Hu Yanxiao and Xia Jun in confusion, casting an inquiring look at them. Xia Jun said telepathically, "Big brother, when you broke through, Lao Hu has already made you a god in the hearts of these children. He wants them to worship you like a god in the future." "Lao Hu, why are you doing this?" Yifei looked at Hu Yanxiao in surprise. Hu Yanxiao looked at these children worriedly and said to Yifei telepathically, "Young Master Yi, since we have rescued these children, we can't just leave them be. What I mean is that you should take them in as disciples or followers. They all have special constitutions. When they grow up, they will be a very powerful force." Yifei's face darkened. He hadn't even solved his own problem. So how could he dare to take in so many disciples? Wouldn't that be leading them astray? Xia Jun also complained, "These children need at least 10 years to grow up. We can't keep protecting them for 10 years and do nothing, right?" Yifei nodded. Indeed, there were too many children. It was okay to take 1 or 2 with them, but if they took more than 80 at once, he and Xia Jun would definitely be restrained. It would be difficult for them to escape if they encountered danger. More importantly, the Sacred Academy wouldn't allow them to bring their families into the Sacred Academy, right? Hu Yanxiao said with a smile, "Young Master Yi, I understand your difficulties. I've thought about this for a long time. Anyway, I'm old and no longer qualified to join the Sacred Academy, so I've decided to stay and protect these children. Young Master Yi, you just need to provide a safe place for these children." "A safe place for me?" Yifei was stunned again when he heard this, but he also felt that this was a good idea. After all, these children came from different regions. It would take a year or even several years to go back and forth. Yifei didn't have time to send them back one by one in a short time. Since Hu Yanxiao was willing to stay and take care of these children, it couldn't be better. "Lao Hu, why don't you take them to the Chaotic Ocean? That's the territory of my Divine Fist School. Many of my elder brother's friends are also cultivating there. They can take care of each other." Xia Jun thought of a good place to settle these children down. Yifei thought about it. The Chaotic Ocean was indeed a good place. Currently, the Divine Fist School was the biggest there. Jing Wushou and the others were also cultivating there temporarily. The children who could be taken away by the Star Moon Holy Land all had the best special physiques. After 10 years, when these children grew up, they would become a force that couldn't be underestimated. The Outer Sea couldn't be compared to the Central State. Basically, any Earth extermination almighty could dominate an area in the Outer Sea. With Hu Yanxiao's Earth extermination first stage strength, even if he took care of more children, there wouldn't be any danger. "Lao Hu, since you have the heart to take care of these children, then go to the Chaotic Ocean. I have many friends there. They can also take care of you. The prerequisite is that they must be willing. If any of them want to go home, don't force them. Yifei warned Hu Yanxiao. Hu Yanxiao nodded repeatedly. Looking at these children, he thought of his son who had died tragically. Because of this, Hu Yanxiao resolutely decided to give up the martial Dao and focus on nurturing these children. He wasn't nurturing them for himself. Instead, he was nurturing them for Yifei. Yifei also didn't know that ever since he promised to help Hu Yanxiao take revenge and personally destroy the Star Moon Holy Land, Hu Yanxiao, the Eastern States Thief King, had already made up his mind to follow Yifei even though he didn't say anything. Soon, Hu Yanxiao gathered the children again and told them Yifei's plan to settle them down. Contrary to Yifei's expectations, over 80 children actually all chose to go to the chaotic ocean. None of them requested to go home. It turned out that these children were captured by the Star Moon Holy Land when they were very young. After almost 10 years of torture, they had already forgotten everything. To them, Yifei was willing to take them in and let Hu Yanxiao protect them to the chaotic ocean. This was undoubtedly a brand new beginning. Big Brother Yi, after we go to the chaotic ocean, will we be able to see you again? The little girl tightly hugged Yifei's neck and wiped her tears with all her might. Definitely. As long as you all work hard in your cultivation and become stronger, you will definitely be able to see me again. Yifei replied very seriously. And then we must work hard in our cultivation. When we grow up and become stronger, we will follow you. The children shouted together. Then, they followed Hu Yanxiao and left the sinful ruins of the Star Moon Holy Land. On the way, the children also curiously asked Hu Yanxiao, "Uncle Hu, what are we going to do in the chaotic ocean this time? Will you teach us martial cultivation and make us stronger?" "Yes, Uncle will definitely make you all powerful cultivators. Not only that, Uncle will also lead you all to establish the most powerful sect in the external endless ocean and give young Master Yi a surprise. What do you all think?" Hu Yanxiao chuckled. Looking at the children who gradually recovered their liveliness, his face was filled with gratification. "Uncle Hu, then what is the name of our sect?" the little girl innocently asked. Hearing this, Hu Yanxiao was stunned. Then he thought of the two terrifying manifestations behind Yifei and firmly said, "I think we should call it Divine Sect Yi." Divine Sect Yi? When the children heard this name, their eyes gradually brightened. This is Big Brother Ye's sect. We must work hard to become stronger and not disappoint Big Brother Ye's expectations of us. The children's young faces were filled with hope for the future and unprecedented determination. Chapter 859. Royal Wind City. The autumn wind was bleak, and the yellow leaves were like sand. In the blink of an eye, another year had passed from the outer sea to the central region. On this day, in a certain mountain forest in the Royal Wind City, a huge golden light suddenly flashed, scaring the vicious beasts into hibernation and startling the passers-by. "TSK, TSK, I wonder who it is." He actually broke through to the 10th stage of Wu Jun outside our Royal Wind City. He must be a young prodigy who is rushing here. How can someone of the 10th stage of Wu Jun be called a prodigy? There are hundreds of royal cities in the Snow Wind Empire. Our Royal Wind City can also be ranked in the top 10. The prodigies in our Royal Wind City can also be ranked in the top 50 in the imperial capital. The golden light in the mountain forest didn't attract much attention in the Royal Wind City. There were simply too many Wu Jun experts in the Royal Wind City. Any random disciple from a family clan would be a titled Wu Jun absolute ground realm experts could be seen everywhere on the streets. They were like mortal peddlers setting up stalls to sell all sorts of treasures. However, very few people would take a look at them. The true prodigies of the Royal Wind City didn't lack treasures. What they lacked was time and the opportunity to make a great leap. And this opportunity was right in front of them. The decennial Heaven and Earth Supreme Leaderboard was about to begin. Even though there were still 2 years left, there were still countless young prodigies gathered in the various royal cities of the Snow Wind Empire. In the end, These prodigies would meet in the royal cities and compete with each other. Then, they would decide if they had the strength to head to the imperial capital and participate in the Heaven Supreme leaderboard battle. Therefore, the Royal Wind City was currently at its most lively and prosperous time. Every day, there would be young prodigies competing in the city. Some would become famous in the Royal Wind City, while some would leave quietly. At this moment, there were two youths, one in black and one in white, flying rapidly towards the city gate from afar. These two youths were none other than Yi Fei and Xiajun. Yi Fei was wearing a black purple-gold robe. Although he was low-key, there was a hint of mystery. Xiajun was wearing a white crescent moon robe. Although he was flamboyant, there was a hint of excitement. Ha ha! I, Xiajun, have finally made a name for myself and reached the 10th stage of Wujun. If my divine physics book of our world knows about this, my father's heart realm expert. Brother. Yi. Big brother, don't worry. Your sister is my sister. Once we enter the city, we could just kill that young Master Xingyu and save my sister. Xiajun comforted him. Yi Fei rolled his eyes. Fine. I heard that young Master Xingyu is the #1 genius in the sacred ground. He's an earth-penetrating 6th-stage almighty. If you're capable, go and kill him. Cough, cough, cough. Big brother, I've thought about it. As your little brother, how can I steal your limelight? How about this? I'll leave young Master Xingyu to you, and I'll protect your sister. Xiajun immediately changed his mind. Yi Fei kicked him without hesitation. Get lost as far as your thoughts can go. Who's your sister? You're obviously up to no good. Yi Fei would definitely not give Xiajun the chance to get close to his sister. Xiajun looked very wronged. Yi Fei was not going to let Xiajun get close to his sister. What's wrong with having a harem? What's wrong with loving beautiful women? Boom! Before Xiajun could finish his sentence, he suddenly felt that there were at least 50 female, earth-penetrating almighties staring at him with murderous gazes. Some of them were hot-tempered, and they even made a throat-slitting gesture. Yi Fei couldn't be bothered with them, and he landed at the city gate. What are you doing? King City style was indeed different. The guards at the city gate were two invincible martial kings. Maybe it was because they had seen too many experts. Even though they realized that Yi Fei was an earth-penetrating almighty, they weren't afraid at all. Yi Fei quickly stated his intention. We are here to participate in the Heaven and Earth Supreme ranking list. I see. Looking at your attire, you should be geniuses from overseas. If you want to participate in the Heaven and Earth Supreme ranking list, you have to go to Merchant Union or Sun Luo Hall and get them to vouch for you. Then, you can enter Royal Wind City and get the right to register. The two guards instantly became respectful. Those who could participate in the Heaven and Earth Supreme ranking list were all experts. They couldn't afford to offend them. Yi Fei then knew that if foreign ancient martial art practitioners wanted to participate in the Heaven and Earth Supreme ranking list, they had to go through a qualification check before they had the chance to register. The ones in charge of vouching were Merchant Union and Sun Luo Hall. Forget about Merchant Union. A black market like Sun Luo Hall could exist openly in King City. It showed how terrifying the power behind Sun Luo Hall was. Big brother, who should we go to for vouching for us? Xiajun came over and asked anxiously. He already saw that a few female almighties had locked onto him with their soul consciousness. If it weren't for Yi Fei, they might have come over to have a heart-to-heart talk with Xiajun. Yi Fei was speechless. He pulled Xiajun and walked inside. Let's go to Sun Luo Hall. It was said that Sun Luo Hall wasn't just a black market. They could also gather information. This was better than Merchant Union. Yi Fei wanted to gather information about young Master Azura and his sister through Sun Luo Hall. Following the directions of the guards of the city gate, Yi Fei arrived at the palace built by Sun Luo Hall in no time. It had to be said that Sun Luo Hall was really arrogant. It was a black market, but they dared to build a palace in the busiest area of King City. Many ancient martial art practitioners walked in and out of the palace. Of course, most of the ancient martial art practitioners covered their faces and hid their whereabouts in fear of being discovered. Yi Fei didn't have such concerns. He walked in directly. The manager of Sun Luo Hall welcomed him immediately. Misters, are you here for Sun Luo Hall to vouch for you to participate in the Heaven and Earth Supreme ranking list? That's right. What should we do? Yi Fei asked. Very simple. Tell us your name and appearance. We will investigate if you have ever harmed Snow Wind Empire or been blacklisted by Saint Academy. If not, you can pass. Of course, you have to pay 10,000 upper-grade spiritual stones. The manager smiled and said. Yi Fei smiled so much that he wanted to kick him. Xia Jun even scolded, what? 10,000 upper-grade spiritual stones for registration? Do you have to be so greedy? Mister, this is Sun Luo Hall's rule. If you're not willing, then... When a manager was in a difficult position, a voice suddenly came from behind. Sun Luo Hall is not greedy. We have always been greedy. Of course, if the two of you are willing to sell the loot from Star Moon Sanctuary to us, we can give you the qualification check for free. This is our sub-hall master, Jiang Wanyang. The manager quickly introduced him to Yi Fei. So it's Hall Master Jiang. While Yi Fei bowed, he was secretly surprised by Sun Luo Hall's intelligence. He had just exterminated Star Moon Sanctuary not long ago, and Sun Luo Hall had already found out that he was the culprit. It seems that Sun Luo Hall's intelligence is very strong. Yi Fei looked at Jiang Wanyang. It's normal. Sun Luo Hall is different from the Merchant Alliance. The Merchant Alliance does legitimate business and profits with a small capital. However, we do shady business. Naturally, we have to pay attention to all kinds of intelligence. Jiang Wanyang chuckled and said, You're tuning in to the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.